Chapter 1943. It had to be said that this honored Rubik's Cube was too formidable. All he did was take them on a tour, but it changed everyone's minds. Since Black Tortoise Temple values us so highly, how could we not know what's good for us? Feng Fei was the first to write down his name. Good. Strangers shouldn't get close to Feng Fei, the top genius of the Jingyi School. Actually, the Jingyi School's cultivation resources aren't any worse than our Black Tortoise Temple's. Your choice surprised me. Honored Rubik's Cube smiled. Honored Rubik doesn't welcome me? Feng Fei asked with a grin. No, of course you're welcome. Anyone can join Black Tortoise Temple. Honored Rubik's Cube didn't seem to care about the loyalty of these people. Ling Xiao began to worry. Generally speaking, forces that displayed such confidence most likely had a way to turn these people into their faithful followers. Tianhai Empire and Tianhai Tyranny are also willing to join. Tianhai Empire's crown prince, a peerless genius. Along with Feng Fei, you're known as the twin prides of heaven. This honored one is very happy that you're willing to join my Black Tortoise Temple. Honored Rubik's Cube smiled. White Tiger Empire's Lei Lai joins. Tianhai Empire's Mu Wenshuang joins. Jingyi School's Zhe Linglong joins. Tianhai Empire's Little Guy joins. Full Moon Empire's Heavenly Wolf Gentleman joins. One by one, the usually arrogant martial artists agreed to join Black Tortoise Temple and wrote down their names on the booklet. But in the end, 3 people didn't move. Naturally, these 3 were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Long Qin. If Ling Xiao didn't join, the other 2 wouldn't either. You 3 aren't willing? Honored Rubik's Cube looked at Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Long Qin. Cold Plum and Long Qin didn't speak, but looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. Honored Rubik's Cube, why ask when you already know the answer? This junior has already become enemies with the head of the Profound Underworld sect and killed many of his guards. Even if I wanted to join Black Tortoise Temple, he wouldn't agree, right? Oh? Are you the martial artist who trespassed into the Profound Wind Temple and kidnapped young Master Profound Wind? Venerable Magic Cube looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. To be honest, he was very surprised. Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed to be only at the beginning stage of the 15th level of Yin-Yang realm. With such a cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Xian Feng's match, let alone Xian Ye's match. How did this brat manage to kidnap her when the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect was personally involved? His heart was filled with shock, and his interest in Ling Xiao was piqued. Forget it. The Black Tortoise Divine Palace will not force you. If you don't want to join, I won't force you either. It's just a pity that the 3 of you have reached such a level of cultivation at such a young age. If you could join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, you would definitely have a greater improvement in the future. The Magic Cube Venerable naturally knew what kind of person Xian Ming was. Ling Xiao had offended Xian Ming. Although it seemed that he could rely on the hostages in his hands to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet, it would be difficult for him to escape death. What was the use of a dead person, no matter how talented he was? Venerable One, there seems to be some misunderstanding. It's not the 3 of us, it's just me. The 2 of them are good kids, and they don't have any grudges with the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect. They should be able to sign. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had thought about it carefully. He could not put all his eggs in the same basket. He made a different choice from Cold Plum and Long Qin. In that case, even if they were unlucky, they would not be unlucky at the same time. One of them would find a way to help the other. You're right. Are the 2 of you willing to sign? The Magic Cube Venerable looked at Long Qin and Cold Plum and asked. Long Qin was about to reject, but Cold Plum pressed his head down and lowered his head. We're willing. Long Qin's brain was not as good as Cold Plum's. Cold Plum instantly understood Ling Xiao's thoughts, but Long Qin was still confused. But now that Ling Mei was pressing down on his head, he kept his mouth shut and listened to her obediently. Celestial Empire's Cold Plum, join. Celestial Empire's Long Qin, join. The 2 of them wrote their names on the book. Alright, since you've signed, you'll enter your own magic cube trial grounds and use the magic cube in your hands to obtain different opportunities. As for what the opportunities will be, I don't know. It'll all depend on your own opportunities. The magic cube venerable smiled and ordered his men to keep the book. He then stood up and said, "Let's go. Follow me to the trial grounds of the magic cube shrine." Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The Black Tortoise Shrine had such good cultivation conditions and rich resources. This trial grounds must be a good place too. After passing through the land of trials, their strength would definitely increase tremendously. Martial artists, especially genius martial artists, had a very strong pursuit of the martial Tao. In a flash, everyone followed the magic cube venerable and broke through the sky. Although they didn't know what the magic cube smelting trial was like, what they could be sure of was that the 10 of them had been fiercely fighting for so long. Finally, they would be able to obtain the benefits they deserved. In addition to the magic cube venerable, Lin Yuan was also on standby. He looked at Ling Xiao with pity and sarcasm. This made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. At the same time, he guessed that it was because he did not sign the book and had angered the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect. This time, he would not have an easy time. While he was thinking, the group arrived at a place where clouds and mist lingered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This place was very strange. It was as if they could not see their surroundings clearly all year round. Only the 10 doors were tightly shut, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. I don't know what's behind these doors, but it feels like an independent space. It's just like the spatial crack in the myriad demons' graveyard. However, the space here has been reinforced and transformed by the Black Tortoise Shrine, so it won't collapse on its own. Ling Xiao would not forget that he had entered the spatial crack in the myriad demons' graveyard and obtained a large number of reincarnation seeds. Although the reincarnation seeds were not very useful to him now, once he reached the rebirth realm, they would be a necessity. Otherwise, when the reincarnation seeds entered the world, the loss would be too great. These 10 doors lead to 10 different independent spaces. These are the trial grounds that the Black Tortoise Shrine has transformed through heaven-defying means. The magic cube is not only the key to opening the doors. It is also the key to activating the trial grounds. The magic cube venerable's words enlightened everyone. The last 10 people would be heading to the 10 doors of the trial grounds. As for those in the revival round, they would not be so lucky. The place they would be heading to would definitely not be as good as here. This was an advantage. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. According to the order of the magic cube, enter the trial grounds from the back to the front. The magic cube venerable said loudly. Chapter 1944. The cube in Supremacy Rubik's hand suddenly flew into the air. A rainbow light shone on one of the giant doors, and the surrounding clouds and lightning instantly disappeared. Hurry up! Who's the 10th? Me! The Heavenly Wolf Prince responded, then took his Rubik's Cube and walked to the giant door. As the Rubik's Cube emitted a blinding light, the Heavenly Wolf Prince was directly sucked in. His figure completely disappeared. It really is an alternate dimension. Ling Xiao saw it more clearly this time. Who's the 9th person? Supremacy Rubik's Cube used the Rubik's Cube to repel the lightning and clouds around the 9th door. Me! Xiao Budian's figure flashed, and he entered. The 8th person! Zui Linglong also entered the trial ground. Supremacy Rubik could not help but look surprised. He did not pay attention to the white tiger meat before, so he did not know the rankings of these 10 people. However, according to his deduction, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Long Chen should be ranked at the bottom of the 10. After all, their cultivation did not seem to be very strong. However, it was already the 8th person, and the 3 of them still did not step forward. It was really surprising. It was also very interesting. The 7th person! Me! This time, Long Chen finally stepped forward and entered the trial ground. Supremacy Rubik's Cube seemed to be relieved, and he secretly smiled. It seems that these 3 should be the 7th, 6th, and 5th. Although this result is very surprising, it's still acceptable. However, he was completely dumbfounded. When he called the sixth person, he looked at Cold Plum and Ling Xiao, but the one who stepped forward was Mu Wanshuang. Mu Wanshuang defeated Sun Lingchan, so she naturally replaced Sun Lingchan's position. This was not strange, but why was it not Ling Xiao or Cold Plum? Could it be that both of them had entered the top 5? It seemed that it was impossible not to believe it. After all, there were only 5 people left. Supremacy Rubik's Cube absolutely believed in his eyesight. Whether it was Long Qin, Cold Plum, or Ling Xiao, they could not hide in front of him. Especially his cultivation, he could tell at a glance. Then Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny will definitely be ranked first and second. Lei Lai is also much stronger than Cold Plum and Ling Xiao. It looks like those two should be ranked 4th and 5th. This was really too surprising. To be able to rank in the top 5 with such a cultivation base is already a miracle. Venerable Magic Cube had never been as shocked as he was today. Alright, you two can go in now. He looked directly at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. This made Lei Lai and Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's expressions turn ugly. Even Venerable Magic Cube believed that Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were inferior to them. But they were ranked 4th and 5th, lower than Ling Xiao. It could be seen that the higher the ranking of the trial grounds, the more benefits they would obtain. Venerable One, I'm 5th. Lei Lai stood out and said. The 4th is me, Tianhai Tyranny said with a gloomy expression. This time, Venerable Magic Cube was even more shocked. How could this be? Did something go wrong? How could Ling Xiao and Cold Plum be ranked in the top 3? But this was the reality in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. On the side, Lin Yuan's expression was ugly as well. He looked down on Ling Xiao the most, and had even threatened Ling Xiao to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao was actually in the top 3 in the treasure hunt battle? Just what kind of treasure did this brat have to be so powerful? What a lucky bastard! Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with rage and intense jealousy. If Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai were in the top 3, he wouldn't be like this. But why did it have to be Ling Xiao? Who's third? This time, Venerable Magic Cube felt that he couldn't have guessed wrong. First place had to be Feng Fei, while Ling Xiao and Cold Plum could only be ranked 2nd and 3rd. Although this was already a miracle among miracles. He couldn't believe it. But he forced himself to accept it. It's me! Feng Fei smiled and entered the 3rd door. This time, Lin Yuan's jealousy grew even stronger. What kind of joke was this? Letting that trash Ling Xiao enter the first 2 doors. Was he worthy? Venerable Magic Cube knitted his brows as well. Of the 10, only Ling Xiao hadn't signed his name on the booklet. In other words, only Ling Xiao wasn't willing to join the Black Tortoise Temple. Moreover, Ling Xiao had a grudge against the profound underworld sect head. He really didn't want Ling Xiao to be first. Even if Cold Plum was first, he could still accept it. But reality slapped him hard in the face again. When he let the 2nd person enter the 2nd door, it was Cold Plum who stepped out. Master, take care! So speaking, Cold Plum stepped into the 2nd door. The atmosphere turned awkward. Both were solemn. Venerable Magic Cube and Lin Yuan didn't speak, but stared fixedly at Ling Xiao as if trying to see through him. His cultivation wasn't strong, but he was first place out of the 10. Although this wasn't the final ranking of the Battle of the Kings, the fact that he'd taken first place in the treasure hunt without being disqualified was enough to show how terrifying he was. How could this guy get first place? Something must have gone wrong! Lin Yuan actually shouted. It was obvious that he'd lost control of his emotions after being provoked again and again. Calm down, Lin Yuan. Venerable Magic Cube looked at Lin Yuan, then at Ling Xiao. You took first place in the treasure hunt? He seemed to feel that there was something wrong and didn't believe in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't speak, but took out his Rubik's Cube. There was a big 1 on it. At this point, even Venerable Magic Cube had to believe this fact. A guy who didn't want to join Black Tortoise Temple got the best Rubik's Cube and entered the best Rubik's Cube trial ground. If this spread out, it would be a devastating blow to Black Tortoise Temple's reputation. Absolutely not. Venerable Magic Cube's eyes turned cold. At this moment, a voice rang out in his mind. For the next 10 days, Ling Xiao will be in the temple's heavenly prison. Leave the trial ground of the first door to the others. Sect Master? Venerable Magic Cube was stunned. He didn't expect the Sect Master to ask about this matter personally. Leave it to who? Venerable Magic Cube asked. She's here. Xian Ming's voice sounded. Venerable Rubik Cube saw 2 women flying towards him. One of them was Green Hill Lihua, and the other was Green Hill Fairy. They were both martial artists of the Silver Fox Empire. So it's you. I understand. Venerable Magic Cube, as a venerable of Magic Cube Temple, naturally knew the identity of Green Hill Lihua and Green Hill Fairy. In fact, these 2 were spies of Black Tortoise Temple in the Silver Fox Empire. Although they were from the Silver Fox clan, they were already martial artists of Black Tortoise Temple. Chapter 1945. In fact, there were people from the Black Tortoise Temple in the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. Lei Mang of the White Tiger Empire. Prince Tian Lang of the Welang Empire. Crown Princess of the Tianhai Empire. 100-eyed Demon Lord Wu Long of the Jingyi school. Unfortunately, Lei Mang was killed by Mu Wanchuang, while the Crown Princess and Wu Long were killed by Ling Xiao. This caused the Black Tortoise Temple to suffer heavy losses. In other words, even if there was no conflict between Ling Xiao and the Xianming sect master, it was impossible for him to be allowed to enter the trial ground. Because he was not qualified. Ling Xiao, hand over your Rubik's Cube. This way, we can let you stay in the Rubik's Temple for 10 days. Otherwise, the temple prison will become the place where you will spend these 10 days. There, you will suffer the most tragic punishment. The Rubik's Cube Venerable looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, to be honest, he still valued this young man very much. Unfortunately, an enemy was an enemy. He could not let this guy enter the trial ground just because he thought highly of him. What do you mean? Is the Black Tortoise Temple going back on their word? Ling Xiao had long expected that the Black Tortoise Temple would not let him have an easy time. However, he was still very surprised that the Black Tortoise Temple would make a move on him so quickly. Wasn't this a little too hasty? Go back on our word? Haha, there are no outsiders here. Others don't know. Even if you die, others will think that you died in the trial ground. The Rubik's Cube Venerable sneered. Then why don't you just kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. Of course it's for the hostages in your hands. We cannot kill you, but we can still do something to you. At this point, the Rubik's Cube Venerable clearly did not want to talk nonsense anymore. He waved his hand and said, Fairy Qingqiu Lihua, take down Ling Xiao and the Rubik's Cube is yours. Yes. Fairy Qingqiu and Qingqiu Lihua were eliminated and had to enter the list of the last 20 people through the revival round. But how could they be convinced? From their point of view, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Long Chen had taken advantage of the second battle and were not as strong as they thought. What's more, now that the 2 sisters had joined forces, would they still be able to deal with Ling Xiao? So when Venerable Magic Cube gave the order, the 2 of them didn't even think about it, and directly attacked. However, Ling Xiao was even faster than them. Ling Xiao knew very well that at this moment, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Fairy Qingqiu only saw an afterimage charging towards her. It was so fast that she couldn't react in time. Left with no choice, she tried her best to move to the side in an attempt to avoid the attack. Ling Xiao brushed past Fairy Qingqiu. His target was actually the Magic Cube trial ground. He believed that as long as he could enter that place, no one would be able to take the Magic Cube from him. Unfortunately, although the plan was good, it was clear that the opponent had also considered this point. The Magic Cube Venerable had directly appeared on the path to the first door. This made Ling Xiao's expression change, and he was even more annoyed. Since the Black Tortoise Temple is so heartless, Then don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being unrighteous. Didn't you want these two women to enter the trial ground in my place? Then I'll kill them. As Ling Xiao thought to himself, he suddenly turned around and threw an array stone into the air. Thousand Gate Formation. Senior sister, watch out! Qingqiu Li was screamed. At the same time that Ling Xiao disappeared, a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The sword shone with an evil light and stabbed into Fairy Qingqiu's arm. Although Fairy Qingqiu dodged extremely quickly and avoided her vital parts, she couldn't avoid the terrifying effect of the blood-red sword. Why is my blood qi constantly fading? What kind of sword are you using? Fairy Qingqiu screamed in horror. The sword that will kill you! Ling Xiao's figure disappeared again, and only a red sword light appeared again, stabbing towards Fairy Qingqiu from an extremely strange angle. Fairy Qingqiu's blood qi was constantly fading, and her strength was also constantly declining. The second sword directly penetrated her body. Fairy Qingqiu screamed miserably, and a large amount of blood qi was absorbed by the blood-red sword. Her originally bright and clean face instantly withered and aged, as if she was an old lady in her 70s or 80s. No! Magic Cube Venerable, save me! Save me! Fairy Qingqiu screamed, but there was nothing she could do. He can't save you! Ling Xiao knew very well that Magic Cube Venerable was blocking the path to the first door, and it was impossible for him to leave. Lin Yuan, help her! Magic Cube Venerable frowned and ordered Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan originally planned to wait for Fairy Qingqiu and Fairy Qingqiu Li Hua to reveal Ling Xiao's background before making a move, but now that Venerable Magic Cube had given the order, he had no choice but to make a move. A terrifying aura was released from his body. Then, he actually threw a punch at Ling Xiao from behind. You traitor, stop what you're doing! Shut up, you motherfucker! Ling Xiao cursed loudly. Under Goddess Qingqiu's despairing gaze, he sent the blood sword into her throat. Another top-notch genius had died. Boom! At the same time, Lin Yuan's fist landed on Ling Yao's back. However, Ling Xiao, who was emitting an earthy yellow light, only swayed a little. Suddenly he swung his sword backwards, causing the terrified Lin Yuan to quickly retreat. However, his wrist was still cut by the sword, and his blood and qi continuously flowed out. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation technique did this guy cultivate? His defense is so strong. Lin Yuan circulated his yin-yang energy to stop his blood and qi from flowing out. However, he did not dare to approach Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Fairy Qingqiu Li Hua was trembling in fear and did not dare to make a move. I really admire you, Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to be able to kill Fairy Qingqiu and injure Lin Yuan in front of me when you're only at the 15th level of the yin-yang realm. However, you still don't stand a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying power coming at him. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not use his final trump card. He had to save that trump card to fight Xian Ming. He had to save it first. After all, Venerable Magic Cube Venerable would not kill him. Boom! A terrifying palm energy poured into his body. Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Damn, my bones that had just healed were all shattered again. How unlucky. Come, take him to the temple prison. Venerable Magic Cube Venerable shouted. He took the Rubik's Cube from Ling Xiao's hands and handed it to Qingqiu Li Hua. Then he said coldly, This is the chance that your sister risked her life for you. Remember, you need to avenge your sister. Yes, master. Fairy Qingqiu Li Hua glanced at Ling Xiao who was being taken away. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the first door. Lin Yuan, now you understand that there's always someone better than you. I told you to focus on cultivating normally, but you thought too highly of yourself. Now you were injured by a mere Ling Xiao. Is that something to be proud of? Chapter 1946. This disciple knows his wrongs. Lin Yuan hated Ling Xiao to the core, but he didn't dare speak carelessly in front of honored Rubiks. It's good that you know your wrongs. Go to the heavenly Dharma shrine and invite honored Elder Lawless here. There are some things I need to ask him. Honored Rubix was stunned by Ling Xiao's talents and abilities. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had still done something shocking. He had to know more about Ling Xiao. This disciple obeys. Lin Yuan quickly turned and left. Soon enough, Lawless arrived at Rubix's shrine. What's wrong, Rubix? Did something happen to those people? Lawless might not be as strong as Honored Rubix, but their positions in Black Tortoise Shrine were equal. Naturally, he wouldn't be as timid as Lin Yuan in front of Honored Rubix. There are some things I need your guidance on. Why don't we have some tea and talk? Rubix Venerable Rubix invited Lawless to sit down, and Lin Yuan prepared tea for him. The rankings of those 10 people surprised me. Are you sure there's no problem with Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's results? Honored Rubix asked. Of course there's no problem. With this Honored Rubix's supervision, how could they cheat? Lawless was a little unhappy. Senior brother, don't be angry. I'm just surprised that those two managed to get first place. I'll have to trouble senior brother to tell me more about those 10 people. The more detailed, the better, including their performance in the first 2 matches. Honored Rubix smiled. Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai are the 3 most outstanding of the White Tiger Continent's top 13 geniuses. They didn't use their true strength from the first match to the 3rd round of the Battle of the Kings. Thus, I'm not very clear about their strength, but there's no doubt that they'll be strong contenders for the top 3. They're ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th respectively. As for Mu Wanshuang, she was the one who surprised me the most. Her strength was unfathomable. I even suspected that she was stronger than Feng Fei, but that was only a guess. There was no guarantee that she was right. Long Qin is a true descendant of the Dragon Clan. Although he's not very strong now, after the Rubix's trial and the War Dragon King's inherited memories, he's very strong. He's not to be underestimated. Drunken Linlong is skilled in the use of spiritual energy, her attacks that are impossible to defend against. The 9th-ranked little guy actually obtained 5 types of inherited memories from the Purgatory Blood Battle, which was extremely terrifying. The 10th-ranked Heavenly Wolf young master's overall strength isn't weak either. He isn't any weaker than the other 2. Yes, thank you, senior brother. What about Ling Xiao and Ling Mei? Honored Rubix's name. Cold Plum's situation is a bit special. I didn't notice her before, but after she participated in the treasure hunt, she unexpectedly activated her Black Featherman bloodline. Her strength increased explosively. Even if she can't get anything from the trial grounds, as long as she can master the Black Featherman bloodline, she'll still be in the top 10 in the end. Lawless had a very high opinion of Ling Mei. After all, Ling Mei's potential was so high that even the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect had personally come to snatch her away. As for Ling Xiao, Lawless paused and looked at the Rubix Venerable. If I'm not mistaken, you've met him before, right? At first glance, he looks ordinary, but after some time, you'll notice that he's not ordinary at all. Not only does he have shocking potential, but his comprehension is frightening. He's also proficient in refining pills and formations. It's impossible to guard against him. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of him. That's right, he just killed Fairy Qingqiu right in front of me. Honored Rubix sighed. What? This guy killed again? Lawless widened his eyes. Out of the 13 top geniuses in the White Tiger Continent, 3 of them have died in his hands. However, this guy's cultivation is only at the 15th level of Yin Yang realm. This is unbelievable. Therefore, this guy either has to serve the Black Tortoise Divine Palace or get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll be a disaster. Lin Yuan suddenly interjected. Do you have a chance to interrupt me? Honored Rubix glared at Lin Yuan and said, Ling Xiao doesn't have a chance anymore. What do you mean? Lawless was stunned. I was ordered to take his Rubik's Cube and gave it to Qingqiu Lihua to enter the first door. I broke his bones and threw him into the Divine Palace's prison. There, he couldn't heal or cultivate. Do you think he'll have a chance after 10 days? Honored Rubix smiled. That's too much. Lawless wanted to say shameless, but didn't say it in the end. Don't worry about shamelessness. This person must be eliminated. Since we can't do it ourselves, let's leave him to the ranking matches. I believe there are many people who want to kill him, right? Honored Rubik smiled. That's true. Including Feng Fei, Tia Hai Tyranny, Lei Lai, and Xiao Budian. They all want his life. Lawless nodded. They don't need to do it. Qingqiu Lihua is enough. Next, I'll help Qingqiu Lihua raise her cultivation. With the things she comprehended from the first door, she'll definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Honored Rubik smiled coldly. I want Ling Xiao to fall into complete despair. When a person is in complete despair, they'll know fear. When that happens, I might have a chance to take him in for my own use. In the end, both Xian Ming and Honored Rubiks were shocked by Ling Xiao's talent and perception. They really didn't want to kill him so easily. That would be too much of a pity. This is really cruel to him. Not only did someone steal his Rubik's medal, he was also defeated and even trampled on. Lawless sighed. I'm afraid he won't be able to take it, and will commit suicide first. If he chooses to commit suicide, then he's nothing much. He's not worthy of being remembered by me or the sect master. Honored Rubiks added. That's true. Lawless nodded. On the side, Lin Yuan was very excited. Ling Xiao, this brat, actually dared to hurt him. Serves him right for falling to such a state. Although it was a bit pitiful, this was the Jianghu, the profound world. If you didn't tuck your tail between your legs, you'd be waiting to be taken care of. Black Tortoise Temple's most sinister and heavily guarded. Celestial Prison Temple. In a secluded secret room. Ling Xiao was casually thrown in like a dead dog. Then, his hands, feet, and even his shoulder blades were pierced with chains made of special materials. This place was completely dark. This was the most secluded place in the Black Tortoise Temple. It was also the place where no one could escape. This was the place where the felons were kept. It was enough to show how vigilant the Black Tortoise Temple was towards Ling Xiao. One had to know that even a rebirth realm expert couldn't break into this place. Chapter 1947. Even a rebirth grade martialist couldn't break into the Sacred Hall Sky Prison. Therefore, even if the Wine Demon Sword wanted to save him, it was impossible. He could only rely on himself. Damn it, it hurts! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and cursed. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. His body was almost cracked and scars were all over his body, making him look like a broken pottery doll. However, pottery dolls could bleed. These scars were caused by the magic cube Venerate. That was a rebirth realm warrior. A rebirth realm warrior who was even stronger than Lawless. His external injuries were already in such a state, so the internal injuries were even more serious. In any case, his bones were completely shattered and he couldn't use his internal strength. He could only lie there like a worm. Disciple, are you alright? The Yuan Venerate's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. How could I be alright? That magic cube Venerate doesn't look very old, but he should be an old rebirth grade martialist who has changed his appearance and body shape. If he hadn't dared to kill me, I would have really died. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in response. Fortunately, he had captured Xian Feng as a hostage. He didn't know what that kid's identity was to actually be valued so highly by Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Otherwise, he would really have to use the Butterfly Lady as a trump card. Do you regret it? The Yuan Venerate asked suddenly. Regret? Regret what? Ling Xiao chuckled. Regret saving Cold Plum? Or regret killing those who deserved to be killed? He would rather die than give up on Cold Plum. Those who had been killed by him were people who wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to fight. Therefore, it was impossible for him to regret anything. If he really wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. I just want to become stronger now. I want to become stronger, even if I have to transform into a real demon. Ling Xiao had a feeling that there was no such thing as good or evil in this world. If a martialist said you were good, you were good. If a martialist said you were evil, you were evil. He had seen too many things like this. When he was still a beggar, he had heard of the tragic deeds of a general of the sacred dynasty. That general had outstanding military achievements, and made great contributions to the sacred dynasty. However, because he was framed by evil people, the sacred emperor labeled him as a traitor and accused him of colluding with the enemy. He thought that such a person would have the support of many people. However, the truth was that the general had been skinned alive by the people of the sacred dynasty. His death was extremely miserable. At that time, Ling Xiao knew that without strength, everything was meaningless. Whether you want to do good or evil, you must have strength. In fact, if he hadn't had the Moon Lady's help back in the Divine Phoenix Empire, Ji Ning and the others wouldn't have been able to survive, let alone him. Moreover, Ji Ning was likely to be skinned alive like that general. Ling Xiao was the one who had changed Ji Ning's fate. That was because he had the Moon Lady behind him, and the Moon Lady had enough power to protect him. However, as the enemies he encountered were getting stronger, he had to become stronger himself. Relying on others alone wouldn't be enough. The Yuan Venerate sighed but didn't say anything. He wanted to refute Ling Xiao's words but couldn't find a reason to do so. Yuan Venerate used to be all-powerful and awe-inspiring. However, he had now fallen to the point where he didn't even have a physical body. Why? It was because he was too kind. At the same time, his strength wasn't strong enough. That was why it was so tragic. He didn't want his disciple to walk the same path. Master, don't worry. I believe that neither the mysterious underworld race nor the magic cube venerate will want to kill me. If they really wanted to kill me, they would have already done so. The hostages in my hands are one reason. I reckon that they are also very interested in my exposed talents. Ling Xiao comforted the Yuan Venerate. That's right. Given your aptitude, if you join Black Tortoise Sacred Hall and receive some training, you can be sent to the Deep Earth sect. The Deep Earth sect will also face a lot of competition. They will definitely be very happy to have a genius like you join. The Yuan Venerate felt relieved. However, he was still a little worried. I'm just afraid that they will use extreme means to force you to join Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. As the two of them were conversing, Ling Xiao's injuries were constantly healing. Even the sky prison couldn't stop the power of the heavenly Earth Queen from pouring in. Ling Xiao's body could still heal continuously even if he didn't use any internal power. However, he was also a little worried. If the Yuan Venerate said so, then the mysterious underworld race definitely wasn't a good person. At the same time, in the Supreme Black Tortoise Sacred Hall, the Magic Cube Venerate and Lawless stood below and watched the mysterious underworld race cautiously. Do you also think that it would be a pity to kill Ling Xiao? The mysterious underworld race suddenly asked. Yes, I think that it would be best not to kill Ling Xiao if possible. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Given his aptitude, he would definitely be a great help to the Deep Earth sect. The Magic Cube Venerate replied. Lawless added, I think so too, but this person is arrogant and unruly. It would be really difficult to persuade him to join Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Persuade? There's no need for that. Mysterious Underworld Race suddenly said. Does this mean that the sect master intends to execute him? Lawless and the Magic Cube Venerate were a little surprised. Executing such a genius would be like smashing a top-notch jade. It would be too wasteful. No! Mysterious Underworld Race shook his head. This made the two of them even more confused. Do you still remember the treasure I brought from the Deep Earth sect? Mysterious Underworld Race asked. I know! Sect Master, are you talking about the treasure called Destiny? The Magic Cube Venerate exclaimed. No one can defy the destiny of heaven. They must accept their fate and become a member of the Deep Earth sect. Furthermore, they must never betray us. Mysterious Underworld Race nodded. That's right. The destiny of heaven is very powerful, but it can only be used 3 times. I'll use one of them on Ling Xiao. You won't object, right? Of course not. It's definitely worth it. As long as we can control Ling Xiao, the Deep Earth sect will have one more mainstay in the future. the magic cube venerate said hurriedly. I think so too. Lawless nodded in agreement. The two of them had no doubts about Ling Xiao's talent and comprehension. It's a pity, though. Mysterious underworld race sighed. A warrior under the destiny of heaven will lose himself and his fighting wisdom will be affected. In fact, if it's possible, I'd rather keep this kid's cunning. He deserves it. He's too stubborn, the magic cube venerate said. I just don't know if the destiny of heaven will work on Ling Xiao. I heard that warriors with strong willpower can resist the destiny of heaven. Don't worry. You don't know the composition of the destiny of heaven. In fact, the destiny of heaven is a treasure created by a wisp of the king of sovereign soul consciousness and the experts of the divine mystery continent. Let alone Ling Xiao, even a rebirth realm warrior can't resist it. Mysterious underworld race sneered. Chapter 1948. A complacent smile appeared on Xianming's face. Under the mandate of heaven, Ling Xiao will be thoroughly brainwashed. Even if he knows that we are his enemies, he will not feel any hatred towards us. Even if he sees us killing his friends in front of him, he will still be loyal to us. This is why the mandate of heaven is so terrifying, Xianming said confidently. All right, the two of you get ready and follow me to the divine prison temple. Yes. Clang. The door of Ling Xiao's cell was opened and two fully armed divine guards walked in. The two divine guards stared at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with hatred and fear. That day when Ling Xiao transformed into a heavenly demon and went on a killing spree in the divine palace of Profound Wind, the two of them were present. That scene was really too horrifying. What do you want? Ling Xiao glanced at the two and asked. Sect Master Xianming wants to see you, so he ordered the two of us to bring you there. One of the divine guards replied respectfully. He did not dare to act rashly here. Although Ling Xiao could not move at all, he still did not dare to act rashly when he thought of the scene that day. See me? Tell him to come here. Ling Xiao sneered. He was currently healing himself, and did not want to run around. That would not be good for his recovery. I hope that you won't make things difficult for us. We were only following orders. Moreover, from the looks of it, the sect master wants to help you heal. He even reprimanded Venerable Magic Cube, saying that Venerable Magic Cube's actions were inappropriate. The other divine guard said. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Ling Xiao looked at the divine guard with disdain and said. Forget it. Since he wants to see me, that's fine. Anyway, I can't move. Why don't you carry me away? Of course, that's not a problem. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, the two divine guards hastily fetched a palanquin and carried Ling Xiao into the palanquin. Perhaps they didn't notice that a lot of their blood qi had been absorbed, and Ling Xiao's injuries were healing at an accelerated rate. Ling Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with absorbing blood qi. These two divine guards had wanted to kill him that day, not to mention that they had made up a lie to lure him to Xianming's place. Would he pity two people like that? Unless there was something wrong with his head. After an unknown amount of time, the sedan stopped. Ling Xiao was carried out and placed on a red carpet. To Ling Xiao's surprise, it seemed like all the Black Tortoise Temple's experts had arrived. The 13 venerables of the 13 palaces, with the exception of the one who had been killed by the Wine Demon's sword, had all arrived. Moreover, the Profound Wind Sacred Palace seemed to have a new master, who was still a rebirth stage expert. 13 rebirth realm powerhouses actually surrounded a mere martial artist at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were really giving him face. The two of you can leave now. Xianming waved his hand gently, indicating for the two divine guards to leave. Such a grand scene, it really scared me. I wonder what sect master Xianming wants to do? Ling Xiao asked with a cold smile. He didn't think that these people were here to heal him. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they wouldn't believe such a preposterous thing. Xianming looked at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. Ling Xiao, although you killed many of my Black Tortoise Temple's divine guards, kidnapped young Master Xian Feng, and disrespected me, your mistakes can be written off. Written off? Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Fortunately, the bones in his face were not broken. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to speak. He didn't believe that a delicious pie would suddenly fall from the sky. There was definitely a price to pay for everything. Don't let your imagination run wild. Your injuries are very serious. The reason all of us came out at the same time is so that you can participate in the final round of the Battle of the Kings. Otherwise, what do you think we can do? Do we need 13 rebirth stage powerhouses to kill you at the same time? Ling Xiao frowned. Although he wasn't too sure what the Xianming Gourd was up to, he definitely didn't believe that this fellow had such good intentions. Master, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate via spirit voice transmission. Destiny! The Yuan Venerate's voice trembled slightly. What destiny? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Oh no, disciple. These people want to use destiny on you. That is a type of treasure created using a wisp of a king of sovereign spirit consciousness. It can only be used a limited number of times, but its power is very terrifying. It can make any martialist below the rebirth stage lose their sense of self and be thoroughly brainwashed into becoming their loyal servant. The Yuan Venerate wanted to help Ling Xiao, but he was only a spirit at the moment. He simply couldn't help Ling Xiao and could only worry helplessly. Hurry up and ask the butterfly lady to help you escape from this place. Otherwise, you will become that old fellow's puppet for the rest of your life. Master, calm down. Ling Xiao appeared very calm at this tense moment. He knew that even if he used the power of the butterfly lady, he wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of these 13 powerhouses. Instead, he would expose his trump card. How can you ask me to calm down at a time like this? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. His disciple was really able to remain calm at all times. Trust me, Master. I don't know how powerful that King of Sovereigns is, but I won't be afraid if it's just a wisp of his spirit consciousness. Ling Xiao was very confident. That was because the 7 great sky demon kings were sealed in his forehead. His body contained the immemorial Golden Crow battle intent and the immemorial Sky Demon battle intent. He also had the Taohai martial soul, the Killing God's White Blade martial soul, the immemorial Hell Dragon, the immemorial 5-element dragon, and the immemorial Nature Dragon. He also had the strongest tyrannical Sky martial soul. All of these were the things he relied on for his powerful spirit consciousness. Furthermore, he had been cultivating the Spirit Origin Remnant Scroll all this time. His spirit had already been upgraded to a Yuan spirit, and its degree of condensation far exceeded that of an ordinary person's spirit. Even if it was just a wisp of a king of sovereign spirit consciousness, could it really make him submit? He didn't believe it. There was no doubt that this was a huge gamble for Ling Xiao. If he lost, he wouldn't become someone else's puppet even if he chose to self-destruct. If he won the gamble, then he would have a real chance of survival. Sect Master, everything is ready. You can begin now. The Magic Cube Venerate checked the time. This was the best time to use the forbidden technique, Destiny, on Ling Xiao. Alright, let's begin then. Xianming nodded. When he looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes were cold and disdainful. A mere ant wouldn't be able to escape his grasp no matter how hard he tried. With a wave of his hand, a strange magic treasure was taken out from his storage ring. That thing looked very much like an eye. A golden eye. Then, it floated in midair. At the same time, the array formation in the room started to emit a strong light. 13 rebirth-grade powerhouses actually poured their rebirth yuan power into the treasure and array formation at the same time. Chapter 1949. The mandate of heaven cannot be disobeyed. Only by following the mandate of heaven can one achieve great things. Ling Xiao, realize your mistake and mend your ways. Following Xianming's roar, the golden eye that was suspended in midair released a dazzling ray of light. Then, it shot directly into Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a strange sense of comfort. The broken bones in his body began to heal at an accelerated rate. Although it was a little itchy and numb, it still made him feel very comfortable. What exactly is this thing? Ling Xiao couldn't believe it. This ray of light had healed all his internal and external injuries in an instant. Not only that, but even his cultivation had risen by a level. He had advanced from the early stage to the intermediate stage of the 15th level. He could feel that at that moment, he was in his peak condition. His bodily functions couldn't be any better. Just as he was feeling puzzled, an intense pain suddenly attacked him. A ball of golden light appeared in his soul realm, as if it was going to wrap around his soul. This is Xian Ming's true purpose. I knew that this old thing was up to no good. The recovery of his injuries was obviously to allow Ling Xiao's bodily functions to reach their peak. Otherwise, when the mandate of heaven took effect, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would die immediately. Once the mandate of heaven's golden light completely wrapped around Ling Xiao's soul, Ling Xiao would become the servant of the mandate of heaven. He would be completely controlled by Xian Ming as a slave. No! How can I, Ling Xiao, become someone else's slave? I'd rather die than accept such a fate. If this is really the mandate of heaven, then I'll defy it. At that critical moment, he didn't hesitate to use the terrifying power of the heavenly tyrant martial soul. This power rushed out from the depths of his soul realm and instantly swallowed the mandate of heaven's golden light. It was dragged into his soul realm and disappeared without a trace. The power of the heavenly tyrant martial soul came and went quickly. It was almost a matter of an instant. However, in that short instant, the 13 rebirth realm experts of the Black Tortoise Temple were completely shocked. They looked at the scene in disbelief. Tian Ming had failed. Ling Xiao's body didn't have the aura of heaven's will. Instead, there was a resistance that made them feel very uncomfortable. How could it fail? This is something that has never happened before. Xian Ming looked at Ling Xiao in fright as if the one sitting there wasn't a human, but a terrifying devil that could make him feel fear. Ling Xiao was only a 15th level yin-yang realm martial artist. How could he resist the divine light of heaven's mandate that even a rebirth realm cultivator could not resist? What exactly went wrong? The experts on the scene looked at each other. Even though they were very powerful, so powerful that they could easily kill Ling Xiao, they were still unable to do so. But it couldn't explain the frightening phenomenon before his eyes. Sect leader, what should we do? Should we continue trying? The heavenly mandate divine light has failed. It seems like Ling Xiao won't be able to forcefully subdue it. Venerable Rubix looked at Xian Ming and asked. Try again. Xian Ming didn't believe that the heavenly mandate couldn't subdue Ling Xiao. He felt that something must have gone wrong. Therefore, after careful preparation, the second divine light of heaven's mandate was thrown into Ling Xiao's spirit realm. But this time, it ended much faster than the previous one. Ling Xiao was already prepared. The terrifying energy of the Sky Tyrant martial soul was hidden in his spirit realm. The moment the golden light shot into his spirit realm, it was completely devoured by the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This guy! Xian Ming stared at Ling Xiao and was extremely shocked. This guy is too difficult to deal with. With his talent, if we can subdue him, he will become a powerful rebirth realm martial artist in a few years. He will definitely be stronger than me. At that time, the Deep Earth sect will have a killing weapon in the Black Tortoise continent. What a pity! What a pity! Xian Ming felt very regretful. Although Ling Xiao had infuriated him, deep in his heart, he really didn't want to kill this person. Sect Master, it's time to make a decision. If we can't subdue such a person, we can only get rid of him. Venerable Rubix said coldly. Xian Ming nodded and called out. Xian Yi, bring Ling Xiao back to the prison and guard him. Xian Yi walked in with 6 divine guards and led Ling Xiao out of the room. At this moment, Ling Xiao could move freely. But he didn't do so. There were so many experts here. If he acted without permission, he would be the unlucky one. Moreover, Xian Yi wasn't weak. Since he could move freely now, it wouldn't be too late to do something in the middle of the night after returning to the prison. After Ling Xiao was brought away by Xian Yi and the others, everyone looked at Sect Master Xian Ming. They could feel the terrifying threat of Ling Xiao. Until now, no one had been able to resist the divine light of destiny. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any problems at all. He even wasted 2 chances and 2 King of Sovereigns consciousness. Kill! Xianming said with a gloomy face. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Even if it was a pity, someone like Ling Xiao had to be killed. Otherwise, he would become a big problem in the future. Lawless' heart skipped a beat when he heard Kiran's words. The saying "the heavens are jealous of geniuses" was probably referring to something like this. Even if Ling Xiao didn't offend Black Tortoise Temple, as long as he didn't join Black Tortoise Temple, he wouldn't be able to escape death. No force would allow such a terrifying genius to continue living, especially when there was a grudge between them. Think of a way to save Xian Feng as soon as possible. Otherwise, even I can't do anything to Ling Xiao. You all know Xian Feng's identity. Although he is a piece of trash, if something happens to him, we can't bear the responsibility. If it was possible, Xianming really wanted to kill Ling Xiao right now. After all, he had to worry for every day that Ling Xiao lived. However, because of Xian Feng, he had to hold back. However, Ling Xiao had been blacklisted by Xianming this time. He would definitely die. Unless a stronger rebirth realm warrior came to save him, there was no possibility of him surviving. Get in! Xian Yi pushed Ling Xiao into the prison and looked at him coldly. You don't have to look at me like that. Do you want to take revenge? It's a pity that you don't have the chance. The prison here was made of special materials. Even a rebirth state expert would not be able to break it. Unless you suddenly advance to a higher realm, you can just stay here and wait for your death. Before leaving, Xian Yi added, Don't worry. In these 10 days I will come to see you often. At the same time, I will bring you the most fun games. I won't let you feel lonely. After saying that, he laughed and left with a group of divine guards. He didn't even leave a guard behind. Chapter 1950. After watching Xian Yi leave, Ling Xiao suddenly trembled all over. Disciple, what's wrong? The Yuan Venerate couldn't help but ask when he sensed Ling Xiao's body trembling violently. He thought that Ling Xiao had been injured by the divine light of destiny. Ha 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 ha! Master, your disciple has really profited from a disaster this time. That idiot Xianming tried to brainwash me with the divine light of destiny, but it turned into an opportunity for me instead. What *T training ground! It pales in comparison to the 2 spirit consciousnesses of a king of sovereigns. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. His trembling had also been caused by his excitement. I see. Perhaps this is what they mean by lose at the swings and gain at the roundabouts. That Xianming also shot himself in the foot. What do you intend to do next? The Yuan Venerate asked. I have to find a safe place, and use the 2 spirit consciousnesses of a king of sovereigns to cultivate. Ling Xiao stood up and observed the situation around him. Xian Yi said that the sky prison was made of special materials and that even rebirth grade martialists couldn't destroy it. He was simply lying to a child. Master, you should have already realized that the structure of the sky prison actually uses the Vajra ray and other sturdy materials to create it. Yin-yang grade martialists indeed can't destroy it, and rebirth grade martialists who don't understand array formations can't either. However, your disciple I have both. Breaking the Vajra ray wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate. The 2 of them worked together, and took less than 10 minutes. Then, Ling Xiao borrowed the power of the butterfly lady and blasted open the prison door, which had already lost the protection of the Vajra ray, before disappearing from the sky prison's sacred hall. Ling Xiao was very glad that he hadn't been too agitated back then and hadn't asked the butterfly lady to help him fight Xianming. Leaving the butterfly lady behind had been the right thing to do. 15 minutes after they escaped from the sky prison, the entire sky prison's sacred hall's alarm went off. Xianming, Venerable Rubik's Cube, Lawless, Bound Sky and Xian Yi all arrived at the scene. They looked at the shattered prison door in astonishment, not knowing what to say for a moment. That Ling Xiao is skilled in formations, but even if he can break the Vajra formation, he still needs the assistance of a rebirth realm martial artist to open the prison door. Who exactly is it? Bound Star bellowed furiously while turning to Lawless. What are you looking at me for? I was with Venerable Magic Cube at that time. Lawless did think about saving Ling Xiao so that he wouldn't have to break his oath, but he didn't do it in the end. In fact, he didn't know how Ling Xiao escaped from here, and he was very surprised. Enough, this is not the time for infighting, Xian Ming shouted. His anger had reached its peak. Little Ling Xiao not only resisted the baptism of the heavenly mandate divine light, but he also escaped from the prison. This was simply an insult to him. Sect Master, I heard that 300 years ago, a felon disappeared from the heavenly prison shrine. Venerable Magic Cube suddenly said. That's right, there was such a thing. That fellow was the former Lord of Nine Heaven Palace. Xian Ming nodded. In order to capture that bastard, I joined forces with the Deep Earth Sect's elites, and used some underhanded methods to capture him and throw him into prison. But when we were about to execute him, he was already gone. No one reported that he escaped from the heavenly prison shrine at the time, so what do you mean by mentioning him? Do you think he's still alive? Is he the one who saved Ling Xiao? This subordinate was thinking the same thing. Venerable Magic Cube nodded. Impossible. He was beaten half to death by us. There's no way he could have lived for 300 years if he didn't get timely treatment. Xian Ming waved a hand. But to be on the safe side, Bound Star, mobilize all idle heavenly prison divine guards at once, and search the entire heavenly prison shrine. This subordinate will do as you bid. While Xian Ming was enraged, Ling Xiao was grabbed by a skinny hand and pulled into a space of nothingness. There was nothing here. Everything was black as far as the eye could see. Who is it? Ling Xiao asked warily. And who are you? A figure flashed before Ling Gao's eyes. Bony and disheveled, she looked like a ghost. She didn't answer Ling Xiao's question, and instead asked a question. This junior is Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Continent's Celestial Dynasty. Ling Xiao spoke the truth because he could feel that this woman, who looked as thin as a stick, had absolute power. She could easily kill him. There was no need to lie. Nonsense. There's only the Celestial Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. There's no Dragon Phoenix Continent, and what's the Celestial Dynasty? That bony figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and grabbed Ling Xiao by the neck, speaking coldly. Senior has probably been locked up here for a long time. To be honest, the Sacred Dynasty was plotted against by the new True Devil Empire. Later on, this junior established the Celestial Dynasty and overthrew the new True Devil Empire. After that, I occupied the Divine Phoenix Continent and defeated the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. When this junior unified the two continents, they actually merged into one and became a continent. Therefore, this junior called it the Dragon Phoenix Continent. Ling Xiao replied carefully. Since he was telling the truth, he wasn't afraid that the other party would find any problems. The prophecy is actually true. Have you ever been a beggar? The bony woman asked, but her hand had already loosened. Before this junior practiced martial arts, he was indeed a beggar. Ling Xiao answered truthfully. You were born in the Divine Phoenix Empire, but you started practicing martial arts in the Celestial Dragon Continent, right? That's right. How does Senior know so much about this junior? This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be shocked. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Xian Ming, oh Xian Ming, your doomsday has arrived, your retribution has arrived. Who would have thought that the prophecy that the Nine Heavens Palace had always treated as a joke was actually true? Good boy, are you willing to promise me one thing? The bony woman asked. Senior, please speak. After you get out, help me kill Xian Ming and destroy the Black Tortoise Temple. I will transfer all of my remaining strength to you. When the bony woman said this, her voice was filled with deep hatred. Even if you didn't say this, I would have done it. To be honest, this junior came to participate in the White Tiger meet. Originally, this junior had obtained the treasure hunt, but that shameless Xian Ming took away the opportunity to participate in the trial. He even locked me up in the celestial prison and continuously tortured me. Fortunately, I had the help of an expert, so I was able to successfully escape and was captured by you. Although Ling Xiao was basically telling the truth, there were still some lies. After all, this was the first time he had met this person, so it was impossible for him to completely trust her. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with lying a little. He has always been so shameless. If he hadn't used such shameless methods back then, how could he have defeated me? The woman was furious. Do you dare to swear on what you just said? Chapter 1951. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao immediately swore. If I, Ling Xiao, don't kill the mysterious underworld being and destroy the mysterious underworld sacred hall in this lifetime, I will be trapped alive in this endless darkness. Good child. I really want to spend some time with you, but I don't have much time left. For more than 300 years, I have tried my best to minimize any activity and put my body in a state of suspended animation in order to survive. In order to pull you in, I have already moved my body. In less than 2 hours, I will be reduced to ashes. Therefore, during this time, I will condense my remaining cultivation base into a yuan energy crystal. As long as you use it like a spirit stone, you will be able to obtain all my remaining cultivation base and memories. The emaciated lady's eyes, which were originally lifeless, were now filled with determination. She had no other choice but to believe in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had originally hardened his heart, couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted as he looked at this emaciated old lady. However, he also knew that this person was on the verge of death. Even a yuan venerate wouldn't be able to save her, let alone him. It has begun! The lady sat down in a lotus position. Her body was enveloped by a ball of white light, and actually started to burn slowly. After a little more than 10 minutes, the lady's corpse had completely turned to ashes. However, inside those bone ashes, a 7-colored essence energy crystal appeared. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times to the lady's ashes. Then, he took the yuan energy crystal and put away the lady's ashes. Senior, although you only want to use me to help you take revenge, you have given me the yuan energy crystal. I know how to repay a debt of gratitude. I will definitely take revenge for you. Don't worry. Luo Yinyang took a deep breath. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to use the yuan energy crystal. Instead, he sat down in a lotus position. The spiritual energy in this dark space was very abundant. It was actually more than 10 times more than outside. It seemed like this space was very special. He intended to use the spirit consciousness of the 2 King of Sovereigns here first. Only by becoming stronger and firmer would he be able to better absorb the yuan energy crystal. During the purgatory blood battle, he had obtained the inheritance memories of the killing god Byron but hadn't cultivated them. That was because he felt that he was not capable enough to successfully cultivate it. Rather than wasting time, he might as well comprehend the inheritance of General Scarlet Sword first. However, things were different now. The King of Sovereigns of the mystic world was as strong as the human kings of the past. Using his spiritual consciousness to comprehend the inheritance memories of the killing god White Blade, this was definitely feasible. He closed his eyes, and 3 swords appeared in the void. 3 origin swords. These 3 swords were covered in rust, as if they had been corroded by the passage of time, as if they were covered in blood. If he wanted to use it, the only way was to let them emit dazzling sword light. King of Sovereigns, lend me your divine consciousness. With a thought, Ling Xiao's heavenly mandate divine light emerged from his soul realm and shone on the 3 rusty origin swords. The mandate of heaven cannot be defied. Hurry up and restore your former glory. Ling Xiao was very nervous. He had figured out how to use a King of Sovereigns' divine consciousness to unlock the killing god White Blade's inherited memories. But whether or not he was right, he really had no idea. If he succeeded, he would reap great rewards, but if he failed, he would really have wasted his time. After 10 days, even if he was still alive, he would be a far cry from the cultivators cultivating in the trial grounds. Crack! Although the sound wasn't pleasant, to Ling Xiao, it had become the most beautiful music in the world. The rust on the three swords cracked at almost the same time, and dazzling rays of light bloomed in the void. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. There really were three swords floating in front of him. Sword chi was overwhelming. Sword intent soared into the sky. Just by getting close, he could already feel the terrifying killing intent of these three swords, which made him tremble in fear. Bang! Ling Xiao attempted to reach out and touch the three swords, but he was sent flying by the terrifying sword intent, flying dozens of meters away. What a powerful sword intent! With my current strength, I can't even get close to it. Is this the terrifying sword intent that the killing god Byron possessed in the past? It's much stronger than General Red Blade's sword intent. As a human immortal, it seemed that the killing god White Blade was worthy of being one of the top 12 human immortals. Whether in terms of strength or understanding of the sword, he was much stronger than General Red Blade. You're all mine! Ling Xiao stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The same terrifying sword intent erupted from his body, and then he slowly walked toward the three origin swords. Sword intent fought against sword intent. Ling Xiao didn't intend to admit defeat. This time, he had to take these three origin swords for himself. They would become his weapons. In Ling Xiao's belief, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. Even if he died, he had to do what he wanted to do. He would never compromise. Fight! Ling Xiao roared, and the sword intent that erupted from his body condensed into a giant sword. It roared at the three origin swords. Boom! Ling Xiao was sent flying again. But this time, he only took 2 steps back. It seems that the King of Sovereign's first divine consciousness hasn't lost its effect. Destiny cannot be defied. You belong to me, Ling Xiao. The killing god White Blade's shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao, and his aura became even stronger. The remaining heavenly mandate divine light also covered the three origin swords. Crack! Something seemed to break. The three origin swords gave up on resisting, and their sword intent merged with Ling Xiao's own sword intent. At this moment, Ling Xiao was the killing god. But he wasn't White Blade. He had perfectly inherited the killing god's killing intent and sword intent, but he had his own independent personality. The first sword, the killing sword, merged. Ling Xiao originally had a killing sword, which was a spiritual sword condensed from his killing intent. And now, this sword of souls had merged with the true sword of slaughter, becoming even more powerful. Not only could it kill the human body, but it could also destroy the soul. It had perfectly merged with the killing god White Blade's killing intent. The soaring killing intent that came from the ancient battlefield was chilling. The second sword, the destruction sword, merged. Similarly, Ling Xiao's destruction sword and the killing god White Blade's destruction sword merged perfectly, forming a real sword that was condensed from origin energy and soul. It was more powerful and terrifying than the previous destruction sword. It was rumored that the killing god White Blade had once destroyed an entire nation with a single sword. The terrifying destruction sword intent shocked all living beings. The third sword was a brand new sword, and it was also the killing god White Blade's most powerful sword, the holy sword White Blade. This was White Blade's ultimate move after becoming one with the sword. Using this sword, Ling Xiao could transform into the killing god. Wearing blood-red armor, he looked like the killing god that had stepped out of the ancient battlefield. The so-called holy sword. Those that I kill are all demons. Those that I save are all heroes. Chapter 1952. The sword of slaughter and the sword of destruction floated in the air. Ling Xiao held the sacred sword White Blade in his hand. The blood-red battle form of the White Blade in his body was gradually fragmenting and fusing with the sacred sword. The sacred sword shone with a glaring red light. It was as if Ling Xiao had become one with the sword, and his body had undergone some subtle changes. A layer of blood-red battle armor covered his body. The blood-red cloak on his back fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he was the sacred sword White Blade. The sacred sword White Blade was him. Man and sword as one, perfect and flawless. The two killing intents also subtly fused into one, completely becoming Ling Xiao's own strength. He waved his hand gently. The air was filled with a sacred aura, but this aura was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be standing on an ancient battlefield. The opponents he faced were all human immortal experts. He knew that this was because he had inherited the memories of the killing god Whiteblade. This wasn't his own strength. If he really had such terrifying strength, not to mention those so-called top geniuses, even the 13 rebirth realm experts of the Black Tortoise Temple wouldn't be enough. This terrifying sword intent could easily crush any human immortal expert, let alone a rebirth realm expert. It was as if there was only the killing god between heaven and earth. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. Even though his battle armor was dyed red, the fighting spirit in his eyes didn't diminish. Perhaps this is the effect of completely inheriting the killing god Whiteblade's inheritance. Ling Xiao stopped waving the sacred sword Whiteblade. He just stood there quietly, feeling the astonishing sword intent released by the sword. He wanted to communicate with the sword on a deeper level. He wanted to completely transform all the sword intent into his own. These sword intents weren't his now, but slowly transformed. One day they would completely belong to him. Moreover, the killing god Whiteblade's understanding of the sword Tao and the use of sword skills were much stronger than his. This was the best time to comprehend and experience. He didn't have a teacher in the sword Tao. Everything was basically self-taught. He had once received a little guidance from a human king, but it was far from enough. At this time, he was eagerly absorbing the experiences of his predecessors. Byron, the killing god, was probably the best at fighting among the 12 worldly immortals. Since he could get the title of killing god, it was not an undeserved reputation because he was the worldly immortal who had killed the most people on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Xianming, you would never have thought that you would solve the problem that has been troubling me for a long time. With these 3 origin swords, even if I don't make a breakthrough in my cultivation, my strength will be greatly improved. In the Battle of the Kings in 10 days, I will take the first place in front of you. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. The King of Sovereign's divine will was simply too powerful. Not only did it help him break the seal on the 3 origin swords, but it also increased his comprehension by 10-fold, or even 10-fold. At this moment, he believed that no matter how difficult a martial art was in this world, as long as he took a look at it, he could easily learn it. The King of Sovereigns was indeed the strongest existence in the mystic world. His divine will was also terrifyingly powerful. Outside this independent space, the people in the divine prison temple had already gone crazy. They had searched almost every corner of the divine prison temple, but they had not found anything suspicious. What a joke! They had not found this place for more than 300 years. How could they find it in such a short time? Ling Xiao was really lucky to have been pulled into this place by the skinny woman. Otherwise, he would not have had such a quiet environment to comprehend sword intent. At this moment, the space was filled with sword intent. Illusory sword shadows flew back and forth in the air. Ling Xiao stood there like a statue, holding the sacred sword Byron in his hand and comprehending continuously. Comprehending. As time passed, his understanding of the killing god Byron's sword Tao deepened. His understanding of his own sword Tao also became more profound. Unknowingly, the sword in his hand moved again. All kinds of movements were performed in this space. At times, it seemed a little sluggish, but at other times, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. Ling Xiao was practicing what he had comprehended. People who practice martial arts should know very well. No matter how strong a person's talent was, if they did not have a master to guide them, they might need 3, 4, or even longer to comprehend something that could be comprehended in a day. Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage when it came to sword Tao because he did not have a master to guide him. Now that he had obtained the complete inheritance and memory of the killing god Byron, it was as if he had found a master. Whether it was the technique of using the sword or the method of using sword intent, the memory had the answer. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. Ling Xiao was like a sharp sword. Anyone who got close to him could feel the pain of being cut by the sword aura. He opened his eyes. The sword aura that seemed to have substance instantly pierced through the void. It was as if he could kill with his gaze. This was probably what it meant to have a gaze like a sword. I seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance. Then, he threw a bunch of recovery elixirs into his mouth and started to recover his physical strength. Disciple, time is limited. The improvement of Sword Dao cannot be achieved overnight. In any case, you have already obtained the complete inheritance of the killing god by Ren. You can slowly comprehend it in the future. Why don't you strengthen your other aspects while you still have a second king of sovereign spirit consciousness? This will definitely be beneficial to you, the Yuan Venerate reminded him. Although he did not understand Sword Dao, he understood that martial arts could not be rushed for quick success. If he was too hasty, not only would it be difficult to improve, but there might also be danger. That was not something Ling Xiao wanted to see. I understand, Master. Ling Xiao nodded. The second king of sovereign spirit consciousness was released and poured into the seal between his eyebrows. Destiny! Do not defy me! Demons, be mine! The destiny divine light shone on the seal, and the 7 sky demon lords cried out in pain. However, this situation did not last long. This won't do. These 7 sky demon lords are too strong. Even the spirit consciousness of a king of sovereigns can only be used to baptize 1 sky demon lord. It is simply impossible to baptize 7 sky demon lords at the same time. Ling Xiao realized that the situation was not right. Thus, he made a prompt decision and used the destiny divine light to envelop the body of the demon lord of the first heaven. The demon lord of the first heaven had been integrated into Ling Xiao's body in the past. Thus, he was more familiar with it. It was also more targeted. After 2 hours, the demon lord of the first heaven finally submitted to the destiny divine light. Its soul was completely cleansed, and it became a powerful fighting force for Ling Xiao. The sky demon incarnation could finally advance to the next stage. Luo Yunyang's fighting strength would increase tremendously after becoming a sky demon lord. He was really looking forward to it. Chapter 1953. After successfully using the King of Sovereign's divine consciousness to subdue the demon king of the first heaven, Ling Xiao spent another day to familiarize himself with the demon king of the first heaven's battle techniques. On the 9th day, Ling Xiao used the remnants of the King of Sovereign's divine consciousness to strengthen his mystic world body. The mystic world body and the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth directly affected Ling Xiao's body. To him, it wasn't just a powerful defensive technique, it was also a terrifying force that couldn't be ignored. It would be a pity if he couldn't strengthen it. As Ling Xiao entered a state of cultivation, the originally pitch black space changed. There was a distinction between heaven and earth. The sky was clear and the ground was chaotic. The Imperial Heaven's huge body floated in the void and emitted a green light. This was the pure power of the Imperial Heaven. It was a true Imperial Heaven god and not an illusory existence. This space is indeed a little strange. It seems like the things in one's imagination can become reality. How terrifying! Ling Xiao had always had this feeling. He had sensed this from the moment he saw the 3 origin swords, but he was not certain. But now, he could clearly feel it. Perhaps this space had been modified by the skinny old woman. After all, martial souls were very strange things. Perhaps the old woman's martial soul could make one's imagination become reality. Of course, this was only Ling Xiao's guess for now. Whether it was true or not, he would only know after he absorbed the origin power crystal. Right now, he needed to focus on comprehending the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. The Imperial Heaven looked down on all living beings and cared for them. All living beings living in the mystic world were under the Imperial Heaven's attention at all times. The Imperial Heaven Queen Earth was below. On the ground, a graceful figure stood there, releasing a heavy aura. The Imperial Heaven Queen Earth was where all living beings grew. She was the one who gave life and allowed all living beings to live. The power of life and the power of nature belonged to the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. The Imperial Heaven Queen Earth and the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth complemented each other, and were the strongest forces in the mystic world. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's mind moved and the pitch-black space appeared again. It seemed like it was going to devour the world protected by the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. The Imperial Heaven Queen Earth's eyes opened wide and let out a furious roar. Then, her battle intent rumbled as she released the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. They transformed into the fist of the firmament, the fist of the sun, the fist of the cold moon, and the fist of the torrential storm. Heaven sword, heavenly punishment sword, lightning immortal slaying sword, sun and moon demon's sword. Hutu's face was cold and solemn. The power of Hutu was released from the ground under her feet. They transformed into the shield of earth, the light of life, the wrath of all spirits, and the world tree. The Imperial Heaven Queen Earth Heaven Earth was earth, roaring roar of the heaven roar earth. This was the Heaven Queen Earth Heaven Earth Heaven Beast Earth. She waved her scepter again, and the terrifying lava turned into a giant dragon, the raging waves turned into a giant whale, and the mountain rocks turned into giants. The Queen Earth. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and looked at this scene in amazement. He was incomparably shocked. This was a real battle. Was real battle Heaven Earth battle. Battle. He stood on the battlefield like a small boat in the ocean, constantly swaying and trembling amidst the raging waves of battle intent. All of this was so real, so shocking. He was like a tiny living being in this world. He was threatened by the power of darkness, yet he was also protected by the Heaven Empress. Although they were weak, they could feel a strong sense of security. Too powerful. If there comes a day when I, Ling Xiao, am able to completely grasp the inherited memories of the Royal Heaven Earth Queen, I will definitely be able to do so. Transforming into the Imperial Sky would allow him to possess the strongest attack in the profound world, and he would be able to kill all enemies that dared to offend him. After transforming into Ho-Tu, I have the strongest defense in the profound world. No one can hurt me, let alone my friends. Imperial Sky is the spear and Empress Earth is the shield. The combination of the two is flawless. Ling Xiao could not help but feel excited. The two strongest legacies he had obtained in the Purgatory War had finally grown once more in this special space. Compared to the Heavenly Queen of Earth, compared to the God of Slaughter, Bai Ren, what could a mere mysterious underworld be considered? Perhaps the Heavenly Queen of Earth could completely annihilate the mysterious underworld with a single punch. Bai Ren's killing intent alone was enough to make all the rebirth-grade powerhouses in Black Tortoise Sacred Hall tremble in fear. This was true power. He did not forget that his master's Yuan Venerate's enemy was the king of sovereigns in the profound world. Just two strands of his spirit consciousness were extremely powerful. If he wanted to help his master succeed in his revenge, he had to possess such powerful combat strength. The Heavenly Queen of Earth was also one of the 10,000 living beings that had grown up from being weak. The God of Slaughter, Bai Ren, had continued to grow through battle after battle and eventually became an existence that instilled fear in countless enemies on the ancient battlefield. Of course, Luo Yunyang could also become such an existence. As he thought about this, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he had actually become the Heavenly Queen of the Void. An extremely powerful power was constantly released from his body. Ling Xiao felt as if he was in control of everything, as if he could exterminate everything. The entire sky was his body. He brandished the huge sword in his hand and once again clashed with the power of darkness. During the battle, he continued to fumble and comprehend. Although he knew that this powerful power did not belong to him, it would definitely belong to him one day as long as he worked hard to comprehend it and learn from it. Half a day later, Ling Xiao landed on the ground and his body emitted chaotic light as he transformed into the Heavenly Queen of Earth. Lava Dragon, Raging Sea Whale, World Tree, Mountain Giant, Shield of Earth. Ling Xiao used the divine power of the Heavenly Queen of Earth to execute a divine technique that did not belong to him. It was a spectacular sight. This is really exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. If I can use such a terrifying power, who can be my opponent? As Ling Xiao comprehended the divine power of the Heavenly Queen of Earth, the cells of the Heavenly Queen of Earth in his body continued to strengthen and improve. They increased from 1,400 to 1,600 before stopping temporarily. However, every cell seemed to have become stronger than before. Perhaps this was the best effect of comprehending the inheritance of the Heavenly Queen of Earth. Another half a day passed. Ling Xiao retracted his thoughts and looked at the skinny woman's origin power crystal. It's time to use it! Tomorrow was the last day. Ling Xiao did not want to miss the Battle of the Kings. He wanted to make those enemies who wanted to deal with him angry and go crazy. He wanted to defeat those who took away what belonged to him. As his power increased, his cultivation level had to increase as well. Otherwise, he would not be able to fully unleash this new power. He took out the origin power crystal and held it in his hand. An abundant amount of origin power rushed into his body. At that instant, the entire space suddenly shook. Ling Xiao frowned as if he had understood something. This space was indeed created by the skinny woman with her terrifying power. Chapter 1954. Ling Xiao was now certain that the space was created by the emaciated woman. If he absorbed the elemental energy crystal, the space would collapse at the same time. Although the space had countless benefits, Ling Xiao couldn't stay here forever. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and started cultivating again. The woman said that it was remnant elemental energy, but in Ling Xiao's opinion, even the remnant elemental energy was much stronger than his own. If he hadn't strengthened the Earth Empress's cells, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the invasion of this terrifying energy. Remnant King of Sovereign's consciousness, help me tame this energy! In his soul realm, the remnant divine light of heaven's mandate wrapped around the energy that was rushing into Ling Xiao's body. Then, the crazy and tyrannical energy became docile and started circulating in his meridians. This caused his aura to become stronger, and his cultivation to rise rapidly. So this person is actually the old palace master of Nine Heaven Palace. He was plotted against by Xian Ming. As he absorbed the elemental energy crystal, Ling Xiao also obtained a part of the memories of the old palace master of Nine Heaven Palace. He knew the identity of this person and the hatred between this person and Xian Ming and the Black Tortoise Temple. In the memories, there were many martial arts of Nine Heaven Palace. Each of them was very powerful. The weakest one was a mid-jade grade martial art. The old palace master himself had mastered 13 types of powerful martial arts. However, he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. Ling Xiao didn't learn all of them. Instead, he chose a sword art that was most suitable for him. Although his godly exterminator physique and sacred sword White Blade were powerful, without the support of a sword art, their attacks were a little monotonous. Therefore, Ling Xiao chose the best sword art among them, the 19 moves Hell sword art. This sword art was created with the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of Hell as the foundation. The creator of this sword art was godly exterminator Byron. Byron gave this sword art to Nine Heaven Palace so that they could guard the isolated place of myriad thunders. Byron's sword art was naturally most suitable for her. Every move was filled with dense killing intent and the aura of hell. The killing intent in the sword intent became even more eerie. Combined with the slaughter god's physique and the holy sword White Blade, the effect would naturally be the best. Ling Xiao, who had chosen this set of sword techniques, was not in a hurry to practice them. His main goal now was to raise his cultivation base. He just sat there, allowing the energy within the essence energy crystal to continuously flow into his body. 6 hours later, this energy was circulating smoothly in his body, and most of it had been converted into his own strength. He could feel that his own cultivation base was also steadily increasing. If someone else was here, they would definitely discover that half of Ling Xiao's surroundings was a blazing day, while the other half was a frosty night. The light profound and shadow profound were the key to Ling Xiao's improvement. This newly obtained energy also pushed the two profound meanings to a higher level at the same time. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged at the intersection of night and day, as if he was the ruler of the vast universe. Solemn and mysterious, it gave people an indescribable feeling of power. Rumble! As the essence energy crystal became smaller and smaller, the mysterious space became more and more unstable. Looks like it's time to leave. Unknowingly, it's almost the end of the last day. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and absorbed the last essence energy crystal. It seemed that something in his body had been broken. Behind him, an enormous mirror appeared. So this is the martial soul of the old palace master, the magic mirror martial soul. The magic mirror martial soul could turn a martial artist's thoughts into reality. Therefore, the old palace master had been cultivating illusions. Usually it was illusions, but through the magic mirror martial soul, it could be turned into reality. The power of the illusions was linked to the martial artist's cultivation base. It was considered a very unique martial soul. Through this martial soul, one could clearly find the problems in their martial arts, and then compare them to make up for it. Ling Xiao did not need this function. He had the Tai Chi eye, so he could clearly see the problems in his martial arts. However, it would be very useful to his friends. At the same time that Ling Xiao stepped out of the mysterious space, the 8 people who had advanced through the revival round had already arrived at the Thunder City's arena. Among the other 10 people, 9 of them had also stepped out of the training ground. It was obvious that the 9 of them had experienced a great increase in both their cultivation and strength. This meant that each trial ground had its own unique effect. The 9 people were not in a hurry to leave. They all stood there, staring at the first door. They did not know what would happen after entering, so they thought that the person in the first door was Ling Xiao. It was almost time, but Ling Xiao had not come out. Everyone had their own thoughts. From the order in which we came out, the first door should have the most benefits, so we came out last. I wonder what kind of benefits Brother Ling got. I'm really looking forward to it. Long Chen's eyes were filled with a strange golden light. He looked at the door excitedly. Each of them had 10 days of cultivation time, but in fact, from the 8th day onwards, people came out of the training ground one after another. It was obvious that every training ground had a time limit, and it was less than 10 days. Only the first door seemed to have reached the standard of 10 days, so it must have obtained the most benefits. Master's talent and comprehension are the highest among these people. Coupled with the fact that he is ranked first in the training ground, he will definitely be able to get a good ranking in the Battle of the King's ranking tournament. He will definitely be in the top 3. Cold Plum was also very confident in Ling Xiao. After interacting with Ling Xiao for a long time, she knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's talent and comprehension were. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare with. Humph, I'm afraid he's already dead inside. Xiao Badian snorted coldly. He was very unhappy that Ling Xiao could actually get such a good training ground. His strength was obviously inferior to him, but he could surpass him. This was too unfair. Right at this moment, the first door finally opened slowly. A figure slowly stepped out from inside, as if an immortal walked out from a celestial palace. It actually emitted a powerful aura that made people fearful. It's not Ling Xiao! Green Hilly Fire! Everyone was stunned. The one who walked out of the best training ground was not Ling Xiao, but the Green Hilly Fire who advanced through the revival competition. What was going on? Ha ha ha, everyone, are you very surprised? Actually, there's no need to be surprised. A voice rang out. The 9 people turned around and saw that it was Lin Yuan from before. What's going on? Where's my master? Chapter 1955. Your master? Hee, you actually took that reckless trash as your master. What a joke, Lin Yuan sneered. Ling Xiao offended honored Rubik's Cube and was stripped of his right to cultivate in the trial grounds. He's been locked up in the Imperial Prison Shrine's prison for the past 10 days. Of course, you don't have to worry. This trash will be released today, ha 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 ha. His status was relatively low, so he didn't know what had happened to Ling Xiao in the Imperial Prison Shrine. He thought that Ling Xiao had been locked up for the past 10 days. Of course, The Black Tortoise Shrine couldn't announce that Ling Xiao had escaped, because that would be too shameful. A 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist had escaped from a place that even rebirth realm martial artists couldn't escape from. That was simply too ironic. Shameless! Longchen cursed loudly. I really didn't expect that your Black Tortoise Temple is actually such a shameless group of people. Depriving the participating cultivators of their right to cultivate for no reason. If this were to be known by outsiders, does your Black Tortoise Temple still want to establish itself in the White Tiger continent? Hee hee, Longchen, don't be so angry. It's already good that they didn't kill me. At this moment, the sound of chains rang out. Ling Xiao was escorted over by Xian Yi and a dozen divine guards. Honored Rubik's Cube was even by his side. Previously, Honored Rubik's Cube had caught Ling Xiao as soon as he emerged from the space. But he didn't resist and let them tie him up in chains. In any case, it was already the last day. Since they couldn't kill him, they could only let him go. Many people in the Black Tortoise Shrine, including Xian Ming, probably hoped that he'd die on the stage. That would save them a lot of trouble. In their eyes, Ling Xiao's cultivation hadn't increased at all, nor his strength. Against other martial artists who'd obviously improved their strength, he'd definitely be killed. Whether it was Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, Xiao Budian, or Qingqiu Lihua. Even Ling Xiao would only be a dead end. Even Venerable Magic Cube didn't discover that Ling Xiao was hiding his cultivation. If this were before, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to hide his cultivation from Venerable Magic Cube. However, it was different now. With the demonic mirror martial spirit, Ling Xiao could display whatever strength he wanted. Even a rebirth realm martial artist would not be able to see through him. This was the strength of the magic mirror martial soul. Of course, he had to make it seem as if he didn't get anything. Otherwise, how could these people from the Black Tortoise Temple be at ease to send him to the Battle of the Kings? Ha ha ha, trash. Who asked you to offend the Black Tortoise Temple? Now you've tasted the bitterness. Originally, I was worried that you would obtain some benefits in the training ground. Now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. Xiao Budian was the first to laugh out loud. The rest of the people who had a grudge against Ling Xiao also had mocking expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao was at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm before he went in. After he came out, he was still at the same level. This proved that Lin Yuan's words were right. This Ling Xiao was really locked up in the prisons for 10 days. To them, this was definitely a good thing. I'll definitely get revenge for my big sister. Just you wait. Qingqiu Lihua had obtained great benefits in the first training ground. Not only did her cultivation increase, but her physical attributes also improved greatly. She was originally at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but now she had broken through to the 18th level and reached the peak of the 18th level. And this was just her cultivation. She had obtained an immortal fire in the training ground, the Celestial Fox Demon Fire. Her own fire attribute had improved greatly as well. The power of her martial arts had increased by a level. She believed that if she participated in the Battle of the Kings now, she could easily advance to the final round. Even if she met Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai, she wouldn't fear them at all. Ling Xiao looked at Qingqiu Lihua with a grin and said, "Trash is trash in the end. Even if you obtain my things and obtain my opportunity, you still can't escape defeat. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way to reunite with your big sister, Fairy Qingqiu, in the underworld. Is there something wrong with this person's head? He's already like this, but he still dares to boast like this?" Lin Yuan looked at Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. Qingqiu Lihua had clearly been locked up in the prisons for 10 days, but she'd spent those 10 days in the training grounds. Even if Qingqiu Lihua wasn't as strong as you before, it was only by a hair's breadth. Now that she's definitely much stronger than you, I don't know what else you can be proud of. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Yuan indifferently, and did not say anything. What was the point of arguing with this kind of person? Once they were on the stage, he'd let everyone know what he, Ling Xiao, had experienced. He'd also let the world know what the Black Tortoise Temple had done. Ling Xiao, after you go out, it's best not to talk nonsense. Also, watch your friend's mouth. Venerable Rubix looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, You should know that although we're afraid of breaking the vases, don't push us too far. If you completely annoy us, even if Xian Feng dies, we'll kill you and your friends. Don't forget. Is there any use in saying so much? Ling Xiao glanced at Venerable Rubix and said, I've already seen your shamelessness and brazenness. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. He didn't say the second half of his sentence. When I have absolute confidence in protecting my friends, then I'll definitely announce the dirty things you've done. Now, it was better to participate in the Battle of the Kings with peace of mind. Embarrassing the Black Tortoise Temple on the stage was also a good choice. He believed that other than him, the others should have already agreed to join the Black Tortoise Temple. Every time he defeated a martialist, it would be equivalent to slapping the Black Tortoise Temple in the face. Now that he had to face 18 people, it would really be like slapping the Black Tortoise Temple in the face 18 times. Lawless, it's the people who are here to pick you up. Venerable Rubix had already done what he had to do. He ordered people to remove the chains on Ling Xiao's body and shouted into the distance. They'd been here for a long time. Lawless figure appeared, but he didn't say much. He just glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently before turning around and leaving. 11 people followed behind him and headed outside. The moment they stepped out of the huge teleportation array, the 11 of them felt a little uneasy. Perhaps the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the Black Tortoise Temple was too abundant. When they stepped outside, they immediately felt the pitifully thin spiritual energy, which was really a little uncomfortable. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the vicinity of the desolate lightning grounds was much stronger than the outside world. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The difference in cultivation environments was really too big. Chapter 1956. Thunderclap City, which had been quiet for 10 days, was bustling again. It seemed to be even livelier than before. Originally, many warriors had decided to come and watch the Battle of the Kings at the end of the ranking battle. Therefore, the originally crowded crowd was now like an ocean of seawater, surrounding the shocking Thunder City. While the crowd was chatting, a giant ring appeared in the sky. Lawless was the first to step out of the ring. He's out! Everyone gulped nervously. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. The Battle of the Kings was the final battle between the top 20 contestants. No one could avoid it. Of course, the audience didn't know that Green Hill Fairy had been eliminated by Ling Xiao. Huh! Why is Green Hill Lihua in there too? Didn't she advance through the revival round? Seeing Green Hill Lihua with the other 10 contestants who had entered the trial ground through the main competition, the audience was confused. However, the Black Tortoise Temple always did things unexpectedly. Although they were surprised, they didn't ask much. What they cared about the most was the Battle of the Kings. It was obvious that other than Ling Xiao, the other 9 contestants in the main competition and the revival round had obviously improved. It was just that some of them improved more than others. I can see that after these people were taken away, they basically got some benefits. But what's wrong with that Ling Xiao? I can't see any changes in his strength. Instead, he seems to be a little dispirited. Even a blind man could see the obvious difference between Ling Xiao and the other contestants. It seemed that Ling Xiao's first place wouldn't be maintained this time. Everyone thought so, including Long Chen and Cold Plum. They knew that Ling Xiao's chance had been taken away, so Ling Xiao would definitely widen the gap between him and the others. Even if his strength didn't decrease, it would be very difficult for him to get into the top 3. You two have to work hard. I think highly of your talents. Even if you can't maintain your original ranking, you must stay in the top 10. Ling Xiao was still putting on an act for those who looked down on him. He would give them a surprise later. It would be very exciting. Boom! 11 silhouettes landed on the arena and joined the 8 people from before. There were a total of 19 people, and they were the participants of this ranking station. But because there was also the possibility of killing one's opponent in the ranking battles, the martial artists left behind in the end might not be this many. Those who have been to the trial grounds are indeed different. Their auras are clearly stronger. Except for Ling Xiao, the other 8 people frowned when they landed on the arena. Obviously, they were a little worried. Ling Xiao, I know you won't disappoint me. You will definitely give those who look down on you a big surprise. The liquor demon's sword and Hong Qi stood together and looked at Ling Xiao in the distance. He did not know what had happened in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. However, he believed that no matter what happened, Ling Xiao would have a way to reverse it. Geniuses were born to defy fate. If they couldn't defy fate, then they couldn't be considered geniuses. Who killed my son's crown prince consort? At this moment, a wild howl came from the horizon. Immediately, everyone seemed to see a giant crocodile descend from the sky. A towering figure stood in the air. He wore a divine crocodile imperial robe and a crown on his head. If he wasn't the emperor of the Sky Sea Empire, who else could he be? Behind the Sky Sea King, there was a team of experts accompanying him. Every one of these experts possessed formidable strength that struck fear in others. Imperial Father. Tianhai Turney bowed to greet the Sky Sea Emperor. He was the most authoritative and powerful existence in the Sky Sea Empire. Who killed your woman? The Sky Sea Emperor asked coldly. Ling Xiao. Tianhai Turney gnashed his teeth. But Imperial Father need not worry. His life is mine. I will definitely avenge the Crown Prince Consort's death. When the crowd heard this, they were not only shocked, but also worried for Ling Xiao. It was said that the Emperor did not leave the court. Leaving the court was a big matter. The Sky Sea Emperor had actually personally come to the Myriad Thunder desolate ground to watch the battle between the kings of the White Tiger meet. This showed how important this battle was to him. Ling Xiao had offended this emperor. His life wouldn't be long. Good. We will stay here and watch you kill that Ling Xiao. This person has repeatedly disrespected our Sky Sea Empire and the Divine Phoenix continent. It is time for him to pay the price. The Sky Sea Emperor said coldly. This son obeys. Tianhai Turney glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. He swore that he would not only take the White Tiger Meat's champion, but also tear Ling Xiao to shreds. That Ling Xiao's life is my Silver Fox Empire's. Suddenly another voice was heard. A graceful and elegant woman wearing a 9-tailed robe arrived in a 9-tailed carriage. Countless female experts accompanied her. When she arrived, it was as if the entire sky was filled with a strange fragrance, making people unable to resist. What a terrifying, bewitching fragrance. The martial artists hurriedly circulated their internal energy to resist the bewitching fragrance. Otherwise, they would lose face in front of countless people. Queen of Green Hill. This was the Queen of the Silver Fox Empire, the master of Green Hill Fairy and Green Hill Lihua. Everyone looked at this woman. Although they felt close to her, they couldn't help but be wary. This woman's cultivation was too frightening. Master, you're finally here. Big sister has been killed. Green Hill Lihua saw the queen and began to complain. I already know. It's that Ling Xiao. He's dead for sure. The Queen of Green Hill stared at Ling Xiao. She couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Although Green Hill Fairy wasn't her biological child, she had always treated her as her own. How could she not be angry when Ling Xiao killed her? Master, don't worry. I will kill him in the Battle of the Kings. Green Hill Lihua gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely avenge sister. Oh my god, I was wondering why Green Hill Fairy disappeared. So she was killed by Ling Xiao. I don't know what happened inside, but this Ling Xiao is really strong. Yeah, he killed the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, then the Crown Princess. Now, he even killed Green Hill Fairy. This guy killed 3 top geniuses alone. How terrifying. It's a pity. Although he's strong, he has offended too many people. He won't be able to live. If I were him, I would definitely find a way to escape. The crowd discussed. Some felt that Ling Xiao was strong, while others felt that Ling Xiao was crazy. Anyway, there was one thing that everyone agreed on. Ling Xiao had to die. After the Queen of Green Hill appeared, the master of the Sky Wolf sect also appeared. The Sky Wolf Empire was very special. It was a place where sects controlled the country. The emperor was only in charge of daily management. The master of the Sky Wolf sect was the real ruler. Chapter 1957. The strength of the Sky Wolf sect master was comparable to that of the Sky Ocean King and the Green Hill Queen. How are the two of you feeling? The first thing the Sky Wolf sect master asked after arriving was the Sky Wolf Prince and the Silver Wolf Princess. We can't get first place, but we can get into the top 3. The Sky Wolf Prince gritted his teeth and said, I'm not talented, but it's good enough if I can get into the top 10. The Silver Wolf Princess said, Good. You can't be without ambition, but you can't be without self-awareness. Remember what you said and get the ranking you want. Ha 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 ha, stupid wolf, your son and daughter are too useless. They have such low expectations for themselves. Rough laughter rang out. The Tiger King of the White Tiger Empire had arrived. He revealed his tiger head and tiger body. It was said that this guy hated the human form the most, so he had always lived in this form. He would only transform into his human form under special circumstances. Stupid tiger, so what if you're loud? One of your tiger cubs is dead. There are only 2 left. Do you think they can get first place? The Sky Wolf sect master said coldly. Lei Lai, speak. I'm here to get first place. I'm not interested in anything else, Lei Lai said indifferently. It seemed that he had gained a lot of benefits in the trial ground. He was obviously very confident now. Good. Lei Tun, what about you? I'm not as good as Lei Lai. I'm willing to get second place, Lei Tun said after hesitating. He knew the Tiger King's temper, so he didn't dare to lower his ranking. Ha ha ha, good, very good. It's good that you have this confidence. The Tiger King laughed happily. Humph, I'm afraid that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The Sky Wolf sect master sneered and looked at the young geniuses in the arena. None of them were easy to deal with. The few experts arrived quickly. After a while, the reinforcements from the 4 empires finally arrived. After all, these 4 were the rulers of the 4 empires. They couldn't let anything happen to them. Of course, the 4 of them had to attend the White Tiger Tempest gathering this time. Since the appearance of the Mountain River martial soul, the mystic world's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. The White Tiger meet this time was very special. It could determine the strength of the White Tiger continent in the future. Therefore, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Many people did not notice that a Taoist had appeared in Thunderclap City. This Taoist was dressed plainly, and did not have the aura of an expert. Standing in the crowd, he looked just like an ordinary person. However, the disciples of Jingyi's school in Thunderclap City were all respectful to him, and did not dare to slight him in the slightest. This person was probably even more powerful than the 4 top experts of the 4 great empires. He was the sect master of the Jingyi school. It was said that he was the only martial artist on the White Tiger continent who could communicate with the immortal court. His strength had always been a mystery. Feng Fei was the first to notice this Taoist, but he only smiled back at him. It seemed that in the Jingyi school, this person deliberately kept a low profile, perhaps to avoid the eyes and ears of the Black Tortoise Temple. These experts, in addition to the Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Fan Ruohai, and others who had already arrived at the Thunder-Shocking City, really formed a powerful lineup of experts. With so many experts paying attention to the Battle of the Kings, it would definitely be very exciting. This was also what the audience was looking forward to. They were very excited because martial artists would work harder to perform under the watchful eyes of their masters or loved ones. This made the competition even more exciting. Everyone has come to my 10,000 lightning desolate grounds to give my Black Tortoise Temple face. However, the White Tiger meet is the fairest competition on the White Tiger continent. This honorable one does not wish for any violations of the rules to occur. Otherwise, the temple will send down divine punishment. I trust that the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school will not be able to bear it, Lawless said slowly. Obviously, there was a tinge of nervousness in his voice. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had a guilty conscience. He knew what the Black Tortoise Temple had done to Ling Xiao. The first to make this battle unfair was none other than the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. Of course, the audience didn't pick up on his guilty conscience. They still felt that the temple was incomparably powerful, and that nothing would go wrong at the White Tiger meet. After all, no one wanted an outside force to interfere with the Battle of the Kings and ruin this top-tier competition. Don't worry, we're just here to watch, not to cause trouble. However, I hope that the Black Tortoise Temple won't meddle too much with what we do after the White Tiger meet, the Tianhai King said coldly. As long as you leave the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds, you can do whatever you want. Xianming finally stepped out of the temple and arrived at the referee's seat. He had already appeared before, so he naturally wouldn't miss the final ranking match. Venerable Rubik's Cube and Bound Sky's Venerable had arrived with him. They all wanted to see what kind of remarkable abilities Ling Xiao had to be able to escape from the temple's heavenly prison and evade capture for 10 days before he was caught. Moreover, they suspected that Ling Xiao had been caught on purpose. Thank you for your understanding, Sect Master Xianming. The Tianhai King cupped his hands. The other experts didn't dare disobey the Sect Master Xianming. After all, they were no match for him in terms of strength and cultivation. Lawless, announced the start of the Battle of the Kings ranking match. Xianming glanced at the crowd and then said to Lawless, "Yes." With Xianming sitting there, Lawless felt more confident. Otherwise, if these guys really wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Ahem! The final battle of the White Tiger meet is about to begin. Before that, I'd like to announce the rules, Lawless said loudly. The rules of the ranking match are very simple. A win earns you 3 points, a draw earns you 1 point, and a loss earns you 0 points. The final ranking will be based on the points. The more points you have, the higher your rank. Every one of them had to fight against the other 18. Of course, if there's an accident in the process, such as a martial artist dying in battle, it'll be calculated separately. The rules were obviously fairer. Everyone couldn't avoid the others, so they had to face each other directly. What happens if the points are the same? Someone asked. If the points are the same, it'll be based on the result of the battle. The winner will be ranked higher. If it's a draw, then they'll have to fight another match to determine the winner. Of course, that's basically impossible, Lawless answered. Everyone nodded at the answer. This was obviously fairer than the previous matches. Chapter 1958. Due to the change in the rules, everyone will have to fight against the other 18. Therefore, all kinds of possibilities will arise in the following battles. Also, I need to remind you that the King Ranking Tournament will be broadcasted to the Dragon Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and the nearby islands through the Law Tower. In other words, every battle of yours will be watched by all the martial artists on these 2 continents. Your family, your friends, and your sect will all be watching your performance. The glory is right in front of you. Whoever gets first place will be revealed in the final King Ranking Tournament. Also, the winning rules will be the same as before. Kill your opponent, knock him off the stage, or surrender. I need to remind you that if your opponent surrenders, you are not allowed to continue attacking. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation of the rules and we can intervene to stop it. Do you all understand? Understood. Such rules had been in place since the beginning of the King Ranking Tournament, so there was nothing much to say. Everyone understood. If they encountered an undefeatable opponent, they could give up. Although they would get fewer points, they would not lose their lives. However, once they surrendered, it would be the same as giving up the title to someone else and withdrawing from the championship. It's good that you understand. Then, the King Ranking Tournament will officially begin. Those who enter the top 10 will still have priority in choosing their opponents. You can choose opponents that you can easily defeat, but you must pay attention to the fact that you cannot choose the same opponent every round. I don't think there is much to say about this. No matter what you choose, you must choose someone who has not fought before. Also, if a martial artist above you challenges someone, you cannot challenge him again in this round. This is to make the battle fairer. Also, the avoidance rule is no longer effective. The top 10 martial artists can still challenge the top 10 martial artists. After each round, there will be a 5-minute break. It's very short, so I hope you can use it well. Lawless had explained the rules in detail. Other than the point system, there were not many changes, so it was not that complicated. However, the break time had been reduced. This was a test of a martial artist's recovery ability, stamina, internal force, and soul power. Only the martial artist with the best overall quality could get first place in the White Tiger meet. Any more questions? Lawless asked in the end. All right, since there are no more questions, the battle will begin. Ling Xiao, choose your opponent, Lawless said to Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was deprived of the opportunity to enter the trial grounds, he was still the first-place winner of the treasure hunting battle. The first one to fight was naturally him. Ling Xiao slowly walked into the ring, looking a little dispirited. At this moment, except for a few good friends, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Obviously, he was the only one who hadn't obtained any benefits from the trial grounds. If they didn't bully him, who else could they bully? Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd. Apart from his own people, the weakest person in the crowd was Zhu Nemo Qing of the Jingyi school. In any case, he had to challenge everyone this time, so there was no need to choose a strong opponent all at once. First, he would find someone he could defeat easily. Naturally, he would choose wisely. Zhu Nemo Qing, come up! Ling Xiao beckoned to Zhu Nemo and shouted in a soft voice. Although I wasn't your match before, after receiving the help of the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, my cultivation and strength have improved. Now that I'm fighting you, I still have a 60% chance of winning. Zhu Nemo Qing didn't intend to admit defeat. If Ling Xiao's strength had also improved, he might have admitted defeat directly because he knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he still challenged him, he would only consume his combat strength in vain. 5 minutes of rest was simply not enough. But now, he felt that he might be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Since you're so confident, come up! Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Whoosh! Zhu Nemo Qing jumped into the ring and released a sharp sword chi in an instant. It was indeed stronger than before. My goodness, he was only taken away by the Divine Envoy for 10 days, but his strength has improved so much. Oh, I really envy these people. They actually have the opportunity to join the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. Why am I not so lucky? That's right, we're really unlucky. In the crowd, who knew how many people were sighing endlessly and sighing with emotion. You can't say that. Look at Ling Xiao, he hasn't changed at all. I guess it still depends on one's talent and comprehension. Some people also raised a different opinion. Stop arguing. Watch the battle or listen to your nonsense. A cultivator stronger than them roared, and the two of them immediately shut their mouths. On the stage, Ling Xiao didn't make a move immediately. He looked at Zhu Nemo Qing indifferently and said, For your own sake, give up the battle. I don't know how to control my strength. If this punch lands, you probably won't be able to recover in the next round. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. This Ling Xiao didn't obtain anything and his strength didn't improve, yet he was still so arrogant. Zhu Nemo Qing's strength wasn't weak to begin with. Now that he had the help of the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, his strength had greatly improved. He still dared to say that? Bluff! Zhu Nemo Qing's sword was already accumulating power. The terrifying sword chi seemed to be venting his dissatisfaction and anger, becoming even more terrifying. You're really a dog-biting Lu Rinxian. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I've already advised you, but you didn't listen. Don't blame me for being merciless next. Ling Xiao wouldn't go so far as to kill Zhu Nemo Qing, but he would definitely injure him severely. Because he didn't want to fight so many boring battles. If the gap between their strengths was too big, he hoped that the other party would admit defeat directly. Since I've already drawn my sword, I won't regret it. Zhu Nemo Qing was a swordsman, just like Ling Xiao. The moment he drew his sword, there was no way out. A swordsman must be fearless, otherwise, his sword would no longer be sharp. Alright, let's fight. Make your move. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at Jun and Mo Qing indifferently. You're looking down on people too much. Jun and Mo Qing roared, pointing his sword at Ling Xiao. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. However, when the tip of his sword was only a foot away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly stopped. He saw a mirror. A mirror appeared behind Ling Xiao. Everyone saw it, but only Jun and Mo Qing saw the scene in the mirror. If he stabbed his sword, the person who would be beheaded would be him. The scene was so clear, so shocking, and made him feel incomparable fear. What's going on? The audience was confused. What the hell was Ling Xiao doing by taking out a mirror all of a sudden? What was Jun and Mo Qing doing? Why didn't he stab his sword down? Whoosh! People were surprised to find that Jun and Mo Qing had returned to his original position. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and the sword in his hand was shaking. The sword chi had already withered. Chapter 1959. Is that real? Jun and Mo Qing swallowed his saliva and asked in fear. He didn't want to be frightened by the illusion. Of course it's real. What you see is what's going to happen. If you don't believe me, you can try, Ling Xiao said with a smile. I admit defeat. Jun and Mo Qing lowered his head and thought for a moment before he sighed and said, Admit defeat? This time, the crowd was in an uproar. They didn't know why Jun and Mo Qing admitted defeat. It was baffling. Only Jun and Mo Qing knew how wise his decision was. Not fighting could save his life and preserve his fighting strength. If he had really stabbed his sword, he believed that even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Then, he wouldn't have to fight anymore and would just go home. That mirror was a little strange, the Tianhai king said with a frown. That's right. That mirror seemed to be a martial spirit, but I've never seen it before, the queen of Qingqiu said with a frown. They were confused, but Xian Ming, who was sitting in the main judge's seat, was shocked. Demonic mirror martial spirit! It's the demonic mirror martial spirit! He really did come in contact with that woman. Damn it! Xian Ming felt uneasy. He didn't know how much Ling Xiao had gotten from that woman, but he was sure that Ling Xiao hadn't wasted his time in the imperial prison. He had gotten something better. Just like Xian Ming, Nine Heavens Du was also shocked. She also recognized that the demonic mirror martial spirit was the old palace master's martial spirit. In this world, some martial spirits were unique. For example, the 9 great immemorial divine dragon spirits and the 12 human immortal martial spirits. The same went for the demonic mirror martial spirit. Others couldn't have it. Unless the person with the demonic mirror martial spirit gave it away or it was stolen. What's going on? I'll find out, Nine Heavens Du thought to herself. The audience was very disappointed with this battle. Most of them even thought that Jun and Mo Qing and Ling Xiao had some sort of private agreement, which was why they stopped the battle. Let's move on to the next battle. This battle is really boring, the audience began to shout. In the second battle, Cold Plum stepped on the ring. When she was about to choose her opponent, she saw Honghua waving at her. Big sister Cold Plum, pick me. I'll probably lose anyway if I fight someone else. Why don't I just give you these 3 points and let you have a good rest in the first round? Hongyu said through her soul. After all, the king ranking tournament was different from the previous battles. Honghua knew that she was not as good as Cold Plum, so she wanted to help Cold Plum achieve a better ranking. When facing an enemy, she would fight to the death and only admit defeat when she really couldn't win. When facing her friends, if she really couldn't beat them, she might as well surrender. In any case, she and Blue Snow were still young. They still had a chance. Blue Snow thought the same. Although this girl was very cold, she was very clear that she was only given the revival round slot as a sparring partner. Compared to the 10 martialists who had gone through the trial, there was simply no comparison. The only thing they could do was help Ling Xiao, Leng Mei, and Long Qin, who had the most hope. Actually, they had already told Ling Xiao about this in secret, but Ling Xiao said that he didn't need the chance since he could give it to someone else. In the end, Cold Plum chose Cold Moon. This battle was won without a fight. What the hell? Are they still going to fight or not? Why are they all admitting defeat? To the contestants, there was nothing wrong with such a choice, but to the audience, it was a little unpleasant. But even if they didn't like it, there was nothing they could do. As a result, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum each got 3 points, while Jun Moqing and Hong Wei got 0. For the third battle, Feng Fei chose Blue Snow and won easily. It was obvious that she didn't want Longchen to take advantage of her. Blue Snow wanted to hurt Feng Fei, but the difference between them was too great. In the end, she had no choice but to admit defeat and get injured. But it didn't matter. After leaving the stage, Ling Xiao gave her a pill to treat her injuries. In this place, even Pill King Sun Tzu's pills couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's. Thus, as long as Ling Xiao's friends didn't die, it didn't matter even if they were injured. For the fourth battle, Tianhai Turney learned from Feng Fei and chose Dan Feng. But Dan Feng gave up. Preserving his strength was the key. Dan Feng didn't want to get into the top 10. His thinking was simple: getting a decent ranking out of the 19 was enough. For the fifth battle, Lei Lai chose Jun Macho, who also admitted defeat. There would probably be plenty of people who admitted defeat in the first few rounds. It was only after the weaker ones had been selected that the next part would be the most important. For the sixth battle, Mu Wanchuan glanced at Sun Lingchan with a smile. Instead of choosing, she looked towards Lei Tun. "You're the one!" Lei Tun was furious. Someone had chosen him so soon. Did they think he was easy to bully? "Little girl, your choice is too stupid. The winner will definitely be me." Lei Tun had boasted in front of the Tiger King that he would take second place in the white tiger meet. Naturally, he couldn't avoid the battle. Besides Lei Lai, he had to defeat everyone else. His heavy body landed on the stage with a rumbling sound. "Do you know why I chose you?" Mu Wanchuang suddenly asked with a smile. "Is it because of that Ling Xiao?" Lei Tun asked. "You guessed right. My master, Fan Rohai, wants me to help him get rid of you." Mu Wanchuang grinned. "Damned Ling Xiao, it's that guy again." Lei Tun didn't know whether to feel regret or anger. In any case, he was in a bad mood. He thought Ling Xiao was a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied, so he bullied him a little. Now there was a grudge between them. "Kill!" The furious Lei Tun roared as he pounced towards Mu Wanchuang. He didn't believe that he would lose to a little girl. Although many people thought that Mu Wanchuang was very powerful, he didn't believe it. His body rolled out like a ball. When he was about a meter away from Mu Wanchuang, he suddenly opened his mouth and turned into a tiger's head. He bit towards Mu Wanchuang. "I really hate this boring way of fighting." Mu Wanchuang frowned slightly. Then her body flashed. Somehow, she was already in front of Lei Tun. Her hands formed into palms and gently patted Lei Tun's body. Lei Tun was directly sent flying. At the last moment, Lei Tun tried to avoid Mu Wanchuang's fatal blow. However, luck didn't seem to favor him. Mu Wanchuang's seemingly gentle palm technique exploded with amazing power. When Lei Tun fell off the stage, he had already lost his breath. "Mu Wanchuang is so powerful! But she's also ruthless. Lei Tun shouldn't have any enmity with her. Why did she kill him directly?" Chapter 1960. Everyone had been waiting for an exciting battle, but in just one move, the victor was decided between the two. The only thing they could tell was that Mu Wanchuang was very strong. They could not tell anything else. The 13 top geniuses really need to be re-ranked. The white tiger meet is an opportunity. Yeah, the new can't come if the old don't go. The warriors who had been paying attention to the meet knew very well that some of the 13 top geniuses performed well, while others were mediocre. Wu Long, the crown princess, Fairy Qingqiu, and Lei Mang had all been killed. Now Lei Tun was also killed. It was a pity that 5 of the 13 top geniuses were gone, leaving only 8. It seemed like the only ones who could determine the rankings were the 10 warriors who had participated in the trials. The others were just foils. In the 7th match, Long Qin chose Sun Lingchan, who immediately admitted defeat. This made Sun Lingchan feel very helpless. She was originally stronger than Long Qin. However, after these 10 days, she suddenly discovered that Long Chen's growth was truly too shocking. If they had to fight, it would probably be a very miserable battle, but within 100 moves, the outcome would definitely be decided. Therefore, she directly let Long Chen challenge her, and then admitted defeat. It was also considered a contribution. In the 8th match, Zhe Linglong chose the Silver Wolf Princess. This was a battle between women. The Silver Wolf Princess naturally would not admit defeat, but she was ultimately defeated and was knocked out of the arena. In the 9th match, Xiao Budian chose the Heavenly Wolf Prince between Qingqiu Lihua and the Heavenly Wolf Prince. The Heavenly Wolf Prince lost in the end. Previously, his strength was on par with Xiao Budian, but he entered the 10th trial ground, while Xiao Budian entered the 9th. There was still a gap between them. Don't be discouraged. Just understand why you lost. The Heavenly Wolf Sect Master seemed to be more open-minded and was not that strict with his disciples. This reduced the pressure on the Heavenly Wolf Prince and the Silver Wolf Princess, but it did not make them feel good. They really did not want to lose so badly again. In the first round, Qingqiu Lihua was very lucky to have a bye. In fact, not choosing her was also a form of strength. It meant that she was strong enough. In the second round, Ling Xiao chose Hong Yu. In any case, even if he didn't choose, others would. He might as well choose his own people and keep the goodies within the family. Hong Wen naturally took the initiative to give up. Ling Xiao had won 2 matches in a row, but he hadn't fought at all. Cold Plum chose Blue Snow, but Blue Snow still admitted defeat. Feng Fei set his sights on Dan Feng, who avoided the fight. Tyrant Heavenly Seas chose Jun Moqing. Jun Moqing very wisely didn't even go on stage. Lei Lai chose the Silver Wolf Princess. The Silver Wolf Princess had yet to recover from her injuries and was no match for Lei Lai, so she admitted defeat. This scene really made the audience below the stage dumbfounded. What the hell was this? All of them had admitted defeat. What was there to watch? However, the people of the Black Tortoise Temple did not care about this. They did not desire the audience to watch. This was a selection of disciples, not a performance. They needed to be able to rationally measure their own strength and make a choice. This was one of the qualities of a warrior. Mu Wanchuang chose Sir Heavenly Wolf for this round. Naturally, he refused to admit defeat. As one of the top 13 geniuses, he had his own pride. Everyone also thought that this would be a very fierce battle. But the final result left them gaping. 1 move! Mu Wanchuang had defeated Sir Heavenly Wolf with just 1 move. Although he was injured, the ease with which she defeated him was enough to show how terrifying Mu Wanchuang was. I think the rankings are already out. Feng Fei, Tyrant Heavenly Seas, Lei Lai, and Mu Wanchuang will probably be fighting for the top 4 spots. The rest will have to wait. That's right, that should be the case. This Mu Wanchuang is the true dark horse. She's simply terrifying. Last round, she killed Lei Tun, and this round, she defeated Sir Heavenly Wolf. How terrifying! Tiger King's expression wavered. He turned to the White Tiger Empire's state advisor and asked, "Just who is that woman? I've investigated. She's the servant girl of the Fan clan's eldest son, Fan Ruohai." The state advisor replied. "Servant girl? Humph, does she take your lordship for a fool? That woman is insidious and strong. I'm afraid she won't lose to Fan Ruohai. Is she really willing to be his servant girl? Why didn't I discover such a person before?" Tiger King said coldly. "Investigate again. Find out who that woman is. If she dared to kill Lei Tun, she must have a powerful backer. That Fan clan doesn't have the qualifications." Yes. When it was Long Chen's turn, he didn't have many choices. Drunken Linglong, Xiao Budian, Qingqiu Lihua, and Jun Macho. Although Sun Linchan hadn't fought yet, Long Chen had already fought her in the last round. Naturally, he couldn't choose her this round. In the end, he chose Jun Macho. Jun Macho didn't avoid the fight. It was a brilliant battle, but Long Chen still won. After the trials of the training grounds, not only had his cultivation improved, but his grasp of the Battle Dragon King's legacy had improved as well. Coupled with the continuous release of the potential of the Dragon Clan, he defeated Jun Macho in only 10 moves. I've lost. I didn't expect your growth to be no slower than Ling Xiao. Jun Macho sighed helplessly when he admitted defeat. You're wrong. I'm wrong? Yes. Big Brother's growth is beyond your imagination. I used to think of using my dragon talent to surpass Big Brother, but now I've completely given up. He will definitely surprise all of you. Long Chen smiled and turned around to leave the arena. In the 8th battle, drunken Linglong looked at the others and finally looked at Qingqiu Lihua and said, I'll choose you. Anyway, it's inevitable that we'll fight. I want to know what you got from the first trial ground. You'll regret it. Qingqiu Lihua sneered and jumped onto the arena. If it was before, I wouldn't have the confidence to win against you. But now, you're no match for me. You'll know once you try. Drunken Linglong still had an indifferent expression, as if nothing could move her. Begin. The battle between these two female heroes was exceptionally brilliant. Drunken Linglong's soul's secret techniques were intertwined with each other. Qingqiu Lihua wasn't weak to begin with. After the trials of the first trial ground, her strength had skyrocketed, but it was obvious that she hadn't fully mastered the new energy. When the battle reached 300 moves, Lawless announced a draw. Both of them had 1 point each. Black Tortoise Temple giving you the first trial ground is really a waste. Mediocre will always be mediocre. If Ling Xiao had gotten the first trial ground, I wouldn't have been his match. For some reason, drunken Linglong had been protective of Ling Xiao from the beginning. This was something that many people, including Ling Xiao, could see, but they couldn't figure it out. Chapter 1961. It's just that I haven't completely mastered what I got. It's a pity that we can't fight again. Otherwise, I'll definitely defeat you next time. Qingqiu Lihua snorted coldly, and the two of them left the arena at the same time. The last battle of the second round was between Xiao Budian and Sun Lingchan. This made him feel very bored. Why is there only a piece of trash like you left? I wanted to exercise my fists and legs, but I didn't fight well in the last round. Xiao Budian looked at Sun Lingchan as if he thought that Sun Lingchan would definitely choose to forfeit. In this way, his idea of torturing Sun Lingchan in front of Ling Xiao could not be realized. He hated the rule of forfeiting. It was really boring. Referee, can we start the third round? Xiao Budian looked at the referee's table and said anxiously. Since he could not torture Ling Xiao's friend, he might as well torture Ling Xiao. He believed that with Ling Xiao's personality, he would definitely not admit defeat. In this way, he would have enough opportunities to teach this guy a lesson. He would not kill him first, but torture him well. However, at this moment, a sudden chill came. Xiao Budian was stunned for a moment, and his reaction was a little late. In the end, his right arm was pricked by an embroidery needle, and he could feel a numbing sensation spread throughout his body. F***CK. I was ambushed. He stared blankly at Sun Lingchan, who retreated immediately after the attack. He did not expect that this woman would dare to come up to the arena. He hurriedly channeled his inner energy, trying to force the poison out of his right arm. It's useless. The poison I used is still combined with the blood. Unless you take the antidote, it's impossible to force it out of your body. You've paid the price for your carelessness and arrogance. Next, you can wait for your consciousness to slowly disappear. Sun Lingchan looked at Xiao Budian coldly. She admitted defeat to Long Chen because she did not want both of them to suffer. If they had to fight to the death, she might not lose, and both of them might be seriously injured. Because they were friends, she did not want that. She believed that Ling Xiao would compensate her. However, now, facing Xiao Budian, she could not admit defeat. Xiao Budian was not as strong as Mu Wanchuang. As long as he was careful, even if he lost, he would still be able to injure Xiao Budian. What she did not expect was that the idiot Xiao Budian actually ignored her, giving her the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. According to the rules, as long as one stepped onto the stage, they would be in a state of battle. Whether it was sneak attacks or other methods, they could all be used. You think I'm not as good as Mu Wanchuang? You don't want to admit defeat? The little guy's face was gloomy. On one hand, it was because he was poisoned, and on the other hand, it was because he felt humiliated. This woman who had been defeated by Mu Wanchuang in one move actually dared to challenge him. Didn't this mean that he couldn't even compare to a woman who wasn't considered a top genius? It was a great humiliation. Mu Wanchuang did not answer him. After confirming that her opponent had been poisoned, she launched another attack. The silver needles that filled the sky shot towards Xiao Budian like a rainstorm. Every bit of cold light revealed an astonishing power, causing the audience below the stage to feel a chill run down their spines. Bastard, how dare you not listen to me? Do you really think that a mere poison can do anything to me? To tell you the truth, meeting me was your biggest mistake. Xiao Budian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He suddenly exploded, and a gust of black wind attacked. In an instant, Sun Lingchan and those silver needles were all wrapped up. Seeing this scene, Sun Lingchan frowned. Her opponent was clearly paralyzed. How could he still use the Black Wind King's inheritance? Could it be that he had already been detoxified? She did not notice, but Ling Xiao below the stage had already seen some clues. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi had successfully captured a little bug crawling out of Xiao Budian's right arm. This little bug was pitch black all over. Obviously, it had absorbed a large amount of poison. It fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of pus. With a gust of black wind, it completely disappeared. Could it be him? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of someone. He had never understood why Xiao Budian would have such a great hatred for him. Now that he saw this scene, he suddenly seemed to understand. Your strength doesn't seem to be as strong as you boast. Even if you have a way to detoxify the poison, can you detoxify it a second time? You're underestimating me, Sun Lingchan. Facing the black wind, Sun Lingchan did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. Her violent energy directly faced the black wind. Rumble! A terrifying loud sound rang out in the arena. The black wind and the silver needles disappeared almost at the same time. It caused everyone to take a step back. Both of them seemed to be safe and sound. You don't dare to use your full strength for the next battle, but I don't care. In this battle, the one who will lose will be you, unless you fight me with your full strength. Sun Lingchan looked at Xiao Budian coldly. She had already used 90% of her strength, but Xiao Budian had only used 50%. Now that they were tied, it was obvious that she was not as good as her opponent. However, she already knew this. She wanted to force Xiao Budian to use more of his strength. This way, the consumption would be even greater. Sun Lingchan was using herself as a consumable to purposely exhaust Xiao Budian. She had put a lot of thought into this. I can still kill you with 50% of my strength, Xiao Budian said sinisterly. Be careful. If you say that, you'll slap your own face. Sun Lingchan looked at Xiao Budian coldly. If her opponent only used 50% of his strength, then she was confident that she could defeat him without any problems. I'll only slap your face. Today, I'll use 50% of my strength to send you on your way in front of Ling Xiao, Xiao Budian said coldly. Then, a mountain giant appeared behind his back. Its entire body was made of stones, and it looked like a huge mountain. Stone King's inheritance, meteorite divine fist. As soon as he said that, the huge shadow behind Xiao Budian swayed and looked down at Sun Lingchan. The terrifying huge fist smashed down fiercely. The size of the arena was the size of the fist. The terrifying fist wind completely enveloped the entire arena. No matter how fast Sun Lingchan was, it was useless. Xiao Budian indeed used 50% of his strength because he felt that 50% of his strength was enough to deal with Sun Lingchan. He did not want to expose his full strength too early. Otherwise, the following battle would be very difficult. What a powerful aura. Do you think that you're the only one who obtained the Stone King's inheritance memories? Sun Lingchan sneered. Her entire body's strength exploded, and a shadow appeared behind her. This shadow was also a mountain giant, but it was slightly different from Xiao Budian's. Xiao Budian's mountain giant was made of bare rocks. Sun Lingchan's mountain giant was covered with a thick layer of vegetation. On top of these vegetation, there seemed to be some kind of special smell. Rumble. The two mountain giants confronted each other. This made the audience go wild with joy. After experiencing too many boring battles where they admitted defeat, Sun Lingchan really gave them a surprise. Chapter 1962. Originally, everyone thought that Sun Lingchan would choose to admit defeat in this round. They did not expect her to accept the challenge. Moreover, she did not seem like she was going to admit defeat. Your cultivation is only at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm, while I am at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Can't you see the difference between us? We have the same inheritance. Naturally, mine is more powerful. Xiao Budian snorted and activated his Yin-Yang Yuan force. His fist danced and condensed into a real meteorite divine fist in midair. Cultivation is not everything. You have learned too many things. How can your understanding of the Stone King's inheritance be comparable to mine? Sun Lingchan did not show any weakness and similarly threw out a punch. Rumble! The entire Thunder City seemed to be shaking as the fists of the two mountain giants collided. It was another evenly matched collision. However, the scene was obviously more shocking than the previous one. I don't believe it! Xiao Budian's fists blasted out like raindrops. Sun Lingchan was not afraid at all and used the same method to fight back. The audience watched the battle with their mouths agape. On the stage, rumbling sounds continued as if there was continuous thunder. Debris flew everywhere and energy danced chaotically. I think that Xiao Budian is simply spinning a cocoon around himself. Using 50% of his strength to fight against 90% of Sun Lingchan's strength is too disadvantageous. This guy is too arrogant. If he used a bit more strength, Sun Lingchan would be defeated. That's right. It's really hard to get off now. I reckon that he won't be able to hold back and will use at least 60% of his strength. Otherwise, he won't be able to win against Sun Lingchan. The audience was very excited. Such an exciting and intense battle had never happened before. This caused their originally unhappy mood to gradually improve. Suffering because of his pride. This is exactly what Xiao Budian is talking about. Ling Xiao felt lucky for Sun Lingchan to meet such an idiot. Otherwise, the battle would have ended. After exchanging dozens of blows, Sun Lingchan's eyes revealed a smug smile. She could have used 90% of her strength to suppress Xiao Budian's 50%, but she did not do so. She purposely created a situation where they were evenly matched so that Xiao Budian would underestimate his opponent. It's over. You've lost the battle. Suddenly, countless vines and roots extended from Sun Lingchan's mountain giant's body, tightly binding Xiao Budian and his mountain giant. Besides the inheritance of the Boulder King, I also have my own martial soul. Crack! Following Sun Lingchan's instantaneous eruption of terrifying power, the strange pink liquid passed through the plants and entered Xiao Budian's body. The little guy's expression greatly changed. He tried to struggle free, but he was completely unable to do so. You cheated. Only now did Xiao Budian completely understand that he had been tricked by Sun Lingchan. I'll kill you. How could he, who was furious, be defeated by a woman who was inferior to him? At this moment, he was so angry that he almost lost his mind. 90% of his combat strength erupted from his body. Rumble! The entire arena became quiet. Whether it was the vines, the roots, or the mountain giant, they all disappeared. The little guy had exposed his true strength. Behind him, A gigantic bug hive appeared. Countless terrifying insects crawled out of the hive and surrounded Sun Lingchan. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, you overconfident woman." Pfft. As he spoke, he actually spat out a mouthful of pink blood. "Kill me? You'd better think about how to detoxify the poison in your body first. The poison that was injected into your body was 100 times stronger than before. You were able to detoxify it earlier, but now, what can you do?" Sun Lingchan was truly a terrifying opponent. If possible, Ling Xiao really did not like to fight with this kind of person. People who knew how to use poison were simply everywhere. "Ah!" Xiao Budian screamed in pain. His body, which was originally the size of an 8-year-old child, began to distort and deform. In the end, it actually tore apart. From the child's body, a bug that was at least 70 to 80 centimeters long drilled out. "It's really you." When Ling Xiao saw this worm, he understood. He completely understood. Xiao Budian was actually the 100 Insects Demon King. The 100 Insects Demon King that was once scared away by the immemorial Golden Crow's battle and tent in the Divine Phoenix continent. However, this 100 Insects Demon King seemed to be different from before. Her strength was obviously stronger than before. Moreover, her appearance had also become uglier. Previously, she was still in human form. Now, she had completely turned into a bug. A completely nameless bug that seemed to be a combination of scorpion, centipede, and other 5 poisons. Too ugly. Many martial artists at the scene directly vomited when they saw this guy's ugly appearance. "Kill!" The strange bug flapped its thin cicada wings and charged towards Sun Lingchan. From the moment she abandoned Xiao Budian's body, her poison had been completely detoxified. "I admit defeat." Sun Lingchan's goal was to force Xiao Budian to reveal his true strength. Although the current situation surprised her, she still achieved her goal. "Admit defeat? It's not that easy. Today you must die. You've already pissed me off." A strange voice came from the bug's mouth as it frantically chased after Sun Lingchan. How could the 100 Insects Demon King let Sun Lingchan admit defeat so easily? She injured him, made him reveal his true identity, and still wanted to escape unscathed? She was simply dreaming. He must swallow this woman and turn her into his own nourishment. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. "Referee!" Ling Xiao looked at Lawless. According to the rules, as long as the opponent admitted defeat, they must stop the battle. So, it was obvious that the 100 Insects Demon King had violated the rules. As Lawless was about to say something, Xian Ning suddenly said, "Our Battle of the Kings is based on the reality of the mystical world. When have you ever seen a battle reach the climax? When you hurt your opponent and want to admit defeat, do you think the others will agree? Don't you think it's shameless?" On the stage, Sun Lingchan was frantically dodging, but she was still injured by the 100 Insects Demon King. She wanted to jump off the stage, but she was directly forced back by the opponent. Obviously, the 100 Insects Demon King wanted her dead. However, at this moment, the mysterious underworld being had actually disregarded the rules and uttered some high-sounding nonsense. "Ha ha ha! I'll see who can save you! Die, go die!" As if encouraged by Xian Ning, the 100 Insects Demon King became even crazier. Sun Lingchan sighed. Under the threat of Xian Ning, no one would dare to save her. If she died, then so be it. Her skills were inferior, and the rules didn't protect her. What could she do? Die what? Did I say I'd let you die? Suddenly, a voice rang in Sun Lingchan's ears. People were shocked to see a figure jump onto the stage. They didn't even see who it was. They only saw a terrifying sword light shining on the stage, and then the 100 Insects Demon King's body was violently pushed back. Chapter 1963. In the arena, the sword's light was too dazzling, like a bloody sun in the sky. What's going on? Who interfered? The crowd looked at the arena in surprise. Under the light of the bloody sun, a tall and young figure was like a god. "Get out of my way!" The furious 100 Insects Demon King did not see who interfered at all. At this time, he only wanted to kill Sun Linchan. The terrifying scorpion tail stabbed towards Sun Linchan. As for the man in front of Sun Linchan, he intended to kill him as well. However, the light of the bloody sun became even more dazzling, and a blood-red sword light pierced through the air. At that moment, the 100 Insects Demon King felt frightened, as if his body was going to be pierced directly. Surprised, he hurriedly dodged. The blood-red sword light pierced the scorpion's tail directly. Blue blood spurted out from the tail. Ah! A shrill scream came from the strange face. The 100 Insects Demon King retreated to the edge of the arena in horror. That man did not pursue him. The light of the bloody sun finally dimmed a little, and the crowd had time to see clearly who the warrior who interfered was. Black clothes as black as ink, black hair draped over his shoulders, and the blood-red long sword in his hand was very conspicuous. His eyes revealed a domineering and indifferent look. His whole body was full of murderous intent. Ling Xiao! It's Ling Xiao indeed! Is this guy crazy? How dare he interfere in other people's fight? Is he going to give up his qualification? The crowd finally saw the man's identity clearly. It was Ling Xiao, the Ling Xiao whom they looked down upon. This guy's swordsmanship was so terrifying. Despite the 100 Insects Demon King's terrifying strength, its tail was still pierced through by the sword. Even now, blue blood was still flowing out. Is his swordsmanship that strong? His strength did not improve, did it? Could it be that he was originally so terrifying? This accident made the crowd realize the terror of the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. This guy was simply amazing. The elegance of his sword was like a real sword demon. His cultivation shouldn't have increased. Could it be that he can defeat Xiao Budian, who is at the 18th level of Yin Yang Realm, when he's at the 15th level of Yin Yang Realm? The audience did not know the identity of the 100 Insects Demon King, and only thought that this was the real body of the little guy. The 100 Insects Demon King stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. He found it somewhat inconceivable that he had been injured by this guy last time. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he had absorbed a large amount of energy through improper means and forcefully recovered his cultivation to the 18th level of Yin Yang Realm. How did he get injured by this guy again? Shameless! This is a battle between Sun Linchan and I. How dare you sneak attack me? The 100 Insects Demon King could only believe that his injuries were due to Ling Xiao's sneak attack and not because he was too weak. Ling Xiao, you've broken the rules. Could it be that you don't wish to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet this time? Xianming said coldly. Shut up. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Xianming, who was at the judges' table. He didn't give the other party any face. He actually asked the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect to shut up. This guy must be crazy. Didn't he know that the sect master of the Xianming sect could kill him with a single finger? Old dog Xianming, I've had enough. You shameless old dog, in the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, you deprived me of the opportunity to enter the first trial ground for no reason and even locked me up in the heavenly prison. Fortunately, I profited from this disaster and obtained the help of an expert. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have become a cripple. Just now, you said that in the mystic world, if you injure your opponent when you admit defeat, your opponent won't stop, so you can ignore the rules. Let me tell you, in the mystic world, if my friend is injured, I can't stand by and do nothing. I can also ignore the rules. Have you forgotten the fart you just spouted? Ling Xiao was naturally afraid of Xianming. However, he and Xianming were already mortal enemies. Even if he did not say these words, Xianming would still kill him. Even if he said that, he would still kill him. Therefore, he might as well use this opportunity to vent his anger and attack this old dog. He wanted to make this guy lose face in front of everyone. Didn't you boast about being fair? Didn't you say that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was absolutely fair? Then I'll let the world see your true face. Your words are worse than a fart. Are you worthy to be the ruler of the White Tiger continent? Besides cultivation, what else do you have? Ling Xiao questioned loudly. Impudent. Xianming was really annoyed. No one had ever dared to question him like this in front of so many people. What? You want to kill me? Are you angry out of humiliation? Ling Xiao sneered and said. You can do it. However, I can guarantee that before you kill me, I will make your Black Tortoise Divine Palace suffer heavy losses and even make it disappear from this world. Everyone looked at Xian Ming. They looked at Ling Xiao. Although they felt that Ling Xiao was seeking death, if what Ling Xiao said was true, then the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was really too shameless. What they did was simply inhumane. Aren't you holding a hostage in your hand? If I kill you, do you dare to kill him? Xian Ming started to fight. A terrifying murderous aura filled the entire thunder-shocking city. Many people felt his anger and strong murderous intent. You can try. Ling Xiao sneered and said. I've already investigated. That Xian Feng is the son of the Deep Earth sect master. Although he's just a waste abandoned by his father. Even if he's a waste, what do you think will happen if you kill him? Moreover, I don't only have a hostage in my hand. I have other things. If you want to play, I can play with you. It's just my cheap life. Do you dare to exchange it with me? Xian Ming's face was gloomy to the extreme, but he couldn't do anything. He had sent several groups of people to try to save Xian Feng. However, each time, those people were killed. The demon Wine's sword was really strong. Even if he had the confidence to kill that guy, it would definitely take a lot of effort. What should he do? He was the dignified sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple. How could he lower his head and admit his mistake in front of a small cultivator? Enough, Ling Xiao. The reason why I deprived you of your trial qualification has nothing to do with sect master Xian Ming. It was my idea. You dared to kill so many of my temple's divine guards. I couldn't stand it, so I took away your chance. At this time, Venerable Magic Cube stood up. Clearly, he was here to block the spear for Xian Ming. Are you worthy? How can you take out a treasure like the heavenly fate? Old dog Xian Ming, you're really a coward. You don't even dare to admit what you've done. You want your subordinate to admit it for you. Shameless. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. He was really going all out today. If Xian Ming didn't care about the rules and insisted on messing with him, then even if he participated in the White Tiger Storm gathering, it would be meaningless. He might as well make a big scene and let no one get first place in the White Tiger Storm gathering. If he couldn't get it, no one else could. If this competition was fair, he wouldn't be like this. But if it was unfair, what was the point of it? Chapter 1964. Brat, so what if it's the truth? The Black Tortoise Temple is in charge of the White Tiger Gathering. I am the rule. Xian Ming couldn't explain what he had done because he knew that Ling Xiao must have made sufficient preparations. If he wanted to evade, Ling Xiao would definitely take out the evidence. That would be even more embarrassing for him. Hence, he might as well admit it. So what if he admitted it? Here, no one would dare to say anything to him because he, Xian Ming, was the strongest. You've finally said it. You don't even need to put on a fake mask anymore? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. So what if I say it? I can kill you. What can you do to me? Xian Ming was completely shameless. He didn't want to lose face because of Xian Feng. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would go on the run. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao manipulate him. Moreover, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would kill Xian Feng. As the only hostage in his hand, if Ling Xiao killed Xian Feng now, he would have no one to rely on. Brat, just die obediently. This world doesn't need a trash like you who overestimates himself. Xian Ming finally made his move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he actually made his move. The Nine Heavens dictum is here. People of the Nine Heavens Palace, quickly come and save me! Seeing Xian Ming pouncing towards him, Ling Xiao made three choices almost at the same time. First, show the Nine Heavens dictum. This was obtained from the old palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Palace, seeing the Nine Heavens dictum was equivalent to seeing the palace master in person. Second, released the teleportation formation that he had prepared beforehand. This was something he discovered after participating in the Purgatory Blood Battle and the Myriad Demon's Graveyard using the teleportation formation of the Black Tortoise Temple. Third, signaled the demon Liquor Sword and Hong Chi to bring his friends and leave. If the Nine Heavens dictum didn't work, then the second and third options would be activated. This was just in case. Fortunately, the what-if didn't happen. The Nine Heavens arrived in front of him in an instant, and his palms collided with Xian Ming's fists. The two of them actually fought to a draw. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you have the Nine Heavens dictum, I will save you this time. However, you must explain everything to me after this." Nine Heavens transmitted her voice. "Don't worry, Senior. You will know everything you want to know," Ling Xiao replied. "All right, then I'll take you away." The Nine Heavens was obviously unwilling to fight with Xian Ming for a long time. After forcing Xian Ming to retreat, it wanted to take Ling Xiao away. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Everyone in the Black Tortoise Temple, listen to my orders. Seal off all the exits from the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place. Don't let even a mosquito in." When Xian Ming saw the Nine Heavens make a move, he knew that the situation was getting out of hand. At the moment, all he wanted to do was deal with Ling Xiao and the Nine Heavens before Nine Sky Palaces' power recovered. The venerables of the 13 palaces were all mobilized. 13 Rebirth Realm experts formed the White Tiger Continent's most terrifying line of defense. However, even with the Nine Heavens it was impossible for it to escape with Ling Xiao. Who dares to disobey the Nine Heavens dictum? The Palace Master of Nine Sky Palace has arrived. Suddenly, there was a clear shout from afar. When the voice sounded, it was still far away. However, by the time the voice landed, the group had already arrived. The current Palace Master of Nine Sky Palace, Nine Heavens Dream. Together with the 9 Rebirth Realm experts under her command, they had all arrived. The line of defense that was supposed to be impossible to break through was easily broken through. Surprise. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He had already planned to use the secret chess piece he had left in the Black Tortoise Temple. However, he didn't expect the Palace Master of Nine Sky Palace, Nine Heavens Dream, to come and bring so many experts with her. Their combined strength wasn't inferior to the Black Tortoise Temple at all. In fact, they were even stronger. That's good too. I can keep that secret chess piece for future use. Ling Xiao nodded his head secretly and prepared to observe the development of the situation. "Xian Ming, you're still as shameless as before. Back then, you schemed against our old palace master. Now you want to use the same method to deal with our old palace master's successor?" Nine Heavens Dream walked over slowly, but no one dared to stop her. No one dared. "Little Dream, why are you here?" Xian Ming was very embarrassed. Obviously, after seeing this woman, he felt a little unnatural. "You still have the face to call me that? If I hadn't listened to your flowery words back then and gave the old palace master the so-called sacred medicine you gave him, he wouldn't have been captured by you. I, Nine Heavens Dream, have sinned and will use my life to pay for it. However, you, Xian Ming, have sinned as well. How are you going to pay for it?" Nine Heavens Dream asked coldly. Back then, she and Xian Ming were childhood sweethearts. She trusted Xian Ming very much. However, she didn't expect that Xian Ming would use her to harm the old palace master. Fortunately, the old palace master was magnanimous. Not only did he not blame her, he even allowed her to inherit the position of palace master. It had been 300 years. The moment she heard that the successor of the old palace master had appeared, she couldn't wait to come here. "Child, don't be afraid. You're the disciple of the old palace master. You're a member of Nine Sky Palace. No one can touch you today." Nine Heavens Dream came to Ling Xiao's side. She gently grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said very kindly. This made Ling Xiao feel a little awkward. He could barely be considered the successor of the old palace master, but he wasn't the real deal. Seeing this, the demon Liquor Sword and Hong Chi let out a long breath. It seemed that the situation had changed. The appearance of Nine Sky Palace had stopped the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall from acting recklessly. The Sky Sea King and the Green Hill Queen didn't look too good. The appearance of this powerful Nine Heavens dream had made them lose all hope of revenge. What should they do? Since the Nine Sky Palace Master is here, you're an honored guest. Why don't you give me a seat? You don't have to be so angry. I was just joking with the child. Xianming's attitude changed completely. It was hard to believe that he was the one who had just spoken. Was it really just a joke? Nine Heavens Dream asked with a grin. Of course it was a joke. What are you all spacing out for? The white tiger meet will continue. The little guy broke the rules first. Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong by saving Sun Linchan. Xianming was like a man who'd lost his memories. He'd completely forgotten what he'd just said. The audience was completely confused. Still, they didn't care. As long as the white tiger meet could continue and they could watch the show, that was the most important thing. After all, they didn't want the meeting to be ruined just like that. Senior Nine Sky Palace Master, it's hard to avoid injuries and deaths in the arena battles. If he's killed in the arena, will you interfere too? Feng Fei suddenly asked. How could the successor of the old palace master be so useless? As long as it's within the rules, this palace won't interfere. But if anyone tries to make a move against him outside the rules, then don't blame this palace for being impolite. Chapter 1965. In truth, Zhou Tianming wasn't certain that Ling Xiao was the successor of the old palace head either. She could use the white tiger meat as a test. What she needed to do now was prevent Ling Xiao from being killed by Xianming. She didn't need to worry about anything else. All right. Since the palace head has said so, then I can set my mind at ease. Feng Fei smiled and didn't say anything else. Actually, her question was what many others wanted to ask as well, because many geniuses wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the arena. Including the 100 Insects Demon King, Xiao Budian, who had just been forced out of his original form by Sun Linchan. Brat, your luck isn't bad to have such a strong person protecting you. But do you dare to fight me fair and square in the arena? Xiao Budian laughed coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog or a chicken, Ling Xiao said coldly. Fine. You said it yourself? I hope you can challenge me in the next round. Otherwise you, Ling Xiao, will forever be a piece of trash hiding behind a woman's back. The 100 Insects Demon King's body began to heal and gradually turned back into Xiao Budian. From the looks of it, that tiny body was just a shell of his. You don't need to provoke me. I won't bully others. You're already injured, so even if I beat you, you won't be convinced. Once you're healed, I'll fight you again. We'll have to fight sooner or later anyway, so I'll make sure you die convinced. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Budian. How could he, Ling Xiao, fear someone who only knew how to use unorthodox methods? Fine, you've got guts. Soon you'll know how foolish your decision was. Xiao Budian returned to his seat and began to heal himself. I'm sorry, Ling Chan. I wasted your good intentions. When the break started, Ling Xiao apologized to Sun Linchan. How can you say it's a waste? I believe you have your reasons for your choice. Sun Linchan smiled. But it's a pity that I won't be able to participate in the next round. I'll leave this victory to you. No problem. Thus, in the third round, Ling Xiao chose Sun Linchan, winning without a fight. Cold Plum chose Dan Feng and won without a fight. Long Chen fought with Zhu Nemo Qing and won by relying on his powerful defense. Xiao Budian was the only one worth paying attention to in this round. This guy seemed to have chosen to avoid the battle and admit defeat in order to fight against Ling Xiao. From the looks of it, he no longer intended to compete for first place in the white tiger meet. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would be satisfied. After all, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai were all too strong. Although he was confident, he still couldn't see through their true strength. Therefore, he gave up on the first place. At the end of the third round, there were still 8 people with a perfect record. They were the top 8 in the treasure hunting battle. However, after this round, most of the weaklings had already made their choices. Following this, there would probably be fewer and fewer people who could maintain a perfect victory. When the 4th round began, Ling Xiao was about to make his choice when Xiao Budian suddenly said, "I've already recovered. Do you dare to fight me?" He looked like he'd recovered to his peak condition. It looked like all the poison in his body had been expelled, and his injuries healed. This kind of recovery ability was truly astonishing. Xiao Budian had never considered the possibility that he wasn't Ling Xiao's match. Ling Xiao was only at the 15th level of the Yinyang realm, while he was at the 18th level. There was a difference of 3 levels between them. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was his match at all. Moreover, ever since his last encounter with Ling Xiao, he'd been researching ways to deal with the primordial golden crow and immemorial celestial devil's battle intent. Now he didn't fear these 2 types of battle intent at all. He refused to believe that Ling Xiao could come up with any new tricks to deal with him. For the sake of fighting Ling Xiao as soon as possible, he didn't even hesitate to eat the special medicine he'd been saving for Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai. He wanted to recover as soon as possible. Even if you want to die, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Budian. Truthfully speaking, he was already prepared to pick a strong opponent to warm up with in the 4th round. Even if he didn't pick Xiao Budian, he'd pick Qingqiu Lihua, the Silver Wolf Princess, or the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman. Now that Xiao Budian had jumped out, it saved him the trouble of choosing his opponent. "Of course you'll be the one to die." Xiao Budian looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. "Since you already know my true identity, then you should know that only one of us can survive. This battle will be your doomsday. If you have anything to say, say it now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. I still have some kindness in me to give you this chance." Ling Xiao smiled faintly before walking towards the stage. If this battle had been in the past, he wouldn't have dared to say that he'd win for sure. After all, there was a gap between him and Xiao Budian back then in terms of cultivation and other aspects. The gap wasn't large, but in a fight between experts, a small difference could determine victory. Moreover, the gap wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. The difference in cultivation was there for all to see. But after the trip to the Celestial Prison Shrine, he didn't fear this opponent in the slightest. "Before the battle begins, may I make a request to the judges?" Ling Xiao stood on the stage, but didn't challenge Xiao Budian directly. Instead, he looked towards Xianming. "Speak," Xianming said coldly. "I request the judges to check Xiao Budian's condition. If his injuries are truly healed, then I'll challenge him. Otherwise, we can wait for another round." Ling Xiao grinned. "What?" Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. Was there something wrong with Ling Xiao's head? Or was he just overconfident? How could he have such a strange request? "Sure, Lawless. Go and check." Xianming nodded. Since he could create trouble for Ling Xiao, why wouldn't he do it? "Yes." Lawless went to Xiao Budian's side and pressed his hand on him. Although Xiao Budian wanted to resist, it was useless. With his strength, it was impossible for him to resist Lawless. After a while, Lawless turned his head and looked at Xianming. "Sect Master, this person has indeed fully recovered. Can we start the battle now?" Xiao Budian looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "I hope you won't find any other excuses to evade me. Don't worry. Since you've fully recovered, I can take part in this battle without any worries." Ling Xiao wanted to kill Xiao Budian while he was still in good condition so that he could win fair and square. Otherwise, who knew how many vile people would slander him in private? Moreover, if he killed Xiao Budian like this, Xiao Budian would give up completely. At that time, it would be easier for him to devour Xiao Budian. Chapter 1966. In the future, the 9 demons' divine art would definitely be a great help to Ling Xiao on the path of martial arts. Therefore, he would not give up. The Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, the Lightning Demon King, the Yin-Yang Demon King, and the 100 Insects Demon King. These were the 5 Demon Kings. Only 4 more were needed before he could cultivate the true 9 demons' divine art. Although it was difficult to cultivate, and was considered useless at this stage, he knew that as long as he did not give up now, it would become delicious in the future. "Come up, little thing!" Ling Xiao finally issued a challenge. This caused the crowd to become excited again. Since the Battle of the Kings, Ling Xiao had consecutively killed the 100-eyed Demon King, Crown Princess, and Fairy Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Little Thing was a genius who was even stronger than the 3 of them. Even among the 13 top geniuses, he was ranked in the top 6. It would not be as easy to deal with him as the 3 of them. Could Ling Xiao really defeat this person? "I asked you to write your last words. Are you not going to do it?" Little Thing slowly stepped onto the arena. The terrifying aura of a level 18 Yin-Yang realm martial artist spread throughout the entire arena. He crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. "If you don't, you won't have a chance. I don't care what powerful martial arts you've cultivated, but cultivation is the most basic thing. You're 3 levels away from me, yet you dare to challenge me. This is the best chance for me to kill you. Thank me. I won't destroy your body because it will belong to me in the future. Your woman, your country, they will all belong to me." Little Thing stood on the arena. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he used his powerful aura to intimidate Ling Xiao. He wanted to make Ling Xiao lose the will to fight first. It would be easier to fight this way. Although he was arrogant, he did not dare to be careless at all. After all, he was not stupid. Ling Xiao could kill 3 top geniuses. Although the 3 of them were not as good as him, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Being careful did not mean being afraid. "You're right. Cultivation is indeed the most basic. However, if you know me, you should know that I killed a martial artist at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm when I was at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I killed a martial artist at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm when I was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I'm at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and you're at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Do you think I can kill you? Didn't anyone tell you that there are many geniuses in this world who can challenge opponents above their level?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Ignorant!" Xiao Badian sneered. "It's true that you can challenge those above your level, but the ones you kill are all mediocre. In front of me, you won't have any chance. What if my cultivation base reaches the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm?" Ling Xiao suddenly grinned, and an equally powerful aura erupted from his body, clashing with Xiao Badian's pressure, and was actually not at a disadvantage. The 16th level of the Yin-Yang stage. What was going on? Everyone was shocked, including Xian Ming and Zhou Tianming. The 2 strongest martial artists present could not see that Ling Xiao had concealed his cultivation base. This surprised them. The demonic mirror martial soul. Zhou Tianming smiled, and his surprise turned into joy. He did not expect the old palace master to pass the demonic mirror martial soul to Ling Xiao, which allowed him to conceal his cultivation base. Even Xian Ming and I could not see through it. Among the people present, only Zhou Tianming had guessed this. The rest were still in the dark. They had no idea that Ling Xiao had cultivated a powerful secret technique like Jinhou, which allowed him to hide his cultivation base so well. I could kill a martial artist at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm when I was at the 15th level. Now that I'm at the 16th level, even if you're a genius, you're still no match for me. Am I right? Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Badian and smiled. Xiao Badian's expression was indeed a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's cultivation would still be able to break through after being deprived of the opportunity to participate in the first trial ground. He must have seen a ghost. You really surprise me. You're at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not bad at all. You hit it well too. Xiao Badian clapped his hands. Then his expression turned disdainful as he said coldly, "Even so what? Everyone knows that the 17th, 18th, and 19th levels of the yin-yang realm are the hardest to break through. Moreover, the difference between each level is greater than the previous 2 or even 3 levels. It's even more so for geniuses. Even if you can defeat a normal martial artist at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm with your 16th level of cultivation, you're still no match for me. Then his aura grew stronger, and the origin energy in his body grew more ferocious. It was as if he wanted to show off his strength to Ling Xiao. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Perhaps I can't defeat Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, and Mu Wanshuang with my 16th level of cultivation. But I don't think it'll be a problem to defeat you. Let's see who's the real deal. There's no need to waste words. You think I'm inferior to them? If you're so confident, you wouldn't give up the chance to fight for first place. Even you think you're inferior to them, right? Ling Xiao mocked. You talk too much. Once I kill you, you'll know how strong I am. The effects of 6 inheritances appeared behind Xiao Budian at the same time. Black Wind, Giant, Green Radiance, Battle Dragon, and Thousand-Legged Insect. You ruined my plans in Blackwind Canyon and didn't let me obtain all 6 inheritances. Today, I'll take your body and regain the Scarlet Sword General's inheritance. Once I gather all 6 inheritances, I'll become even stronger. So, just obediently become my power. You don't know what you're talking about. Ling Xiao waved his hand and Isa's fury appeared before transforming into the Divine Radiance Sword. The blazing sword light enveloped the entire stage and repelled Xiao Budian's evil aura. The terrifying Scarlet Sword aura whistled as it rushed towards Xiao Budian. Ling Xiao didn't plan to reveal his full strength. He felt that Xiao Budian wasn't worthy, at least not yet. Because Xiao Budian hadn't used his full strength yet. Since his opponent wanted to play with him, then he'd play with him. At the same time, he could practice the Scarlet Sun Sword art. After all, his Scarlet Sun Sword art was only at the small success stage. He hadn't even reached the proficient stage, much less the higher realms. The sword wind whistled as it radiated light. With Ling Xiao as the center, all of the light turned into sword light that tore through space. The protective wall above the arena made cracking noises, as if it was withstanding a great amount of pressure. Kill! The Divine Radiance sword in Ling Xiao's hand trembled as he used Daybreak from the horizon. When he used the sword move, it looked slow, but in an instant, it sped up like lightning. Chapter 1967. Boulder King, block him! Behind Xiao Budian, the mountain giant waved its huge arms in front of him, wanting to block Ling Xiao's sharp sword for him. Boom! The sword chi was too sharp, and it actually shattered the mountain giant's huge arms. It was still unstoppable as it crazily attacked its opponent. You can block the first sword, but can you block the second one? Crimson Sun Flash. There was almost no time gap. The terrifying sword light instantly flashed, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Xiao Budian's entire body. It also caught up with the sword chi that had already been weakened, causing this sword chi to become even more powerful. Xiao Budian's expression was uncertain. Clearly, he did not expect Ling Xiao's move to be so powerful. He originally wanted to attack first, but now he did not even have the chance to attack. It was simply infuriating. Black Wind, Green Mang! Kill! Black Wind wrapped in Green Mang attacked the second sword light. Xiao Budian did not dare to be careless. Even though he wanted to attack, the most important thing right now was to defend. He believed that as long as he blocked this wave of attacks, Ling Xiao's attack would definitely stop. At that time, it would be his chance. Black Wind wrapped in Green Mang, forming a strange tornado on the stage. It wanted to shatter Ling Xiao's sword light and repel it. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. He did not even move. He just watched his own sword light attack the Black Wind and Green Mang. Kacha! Kacha! It was like a sharp blade touching a cardboard. This sharp sword intent was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was ridiculous. Black Wind King's Black Wind and Green Mang King's Green Mang combined could not defeat it. Could it be that General Scarlet Sword's inheritance is the strongest? The crowd was confused. However, only Lu Lian, who also received General Scarlet Sword's inheritance, knew. It was not like that at all. The inheritance was the same. The only difference was that each person comprehended different things. Comprehension was really too important. Lu Lian felt that what she comprehended from the same inheritance was just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to Ling Xiao's comprehension, it was completely incomparable. However, as she watched this battle, she suddenly had a new idea. From Ling Xiao's battle, she had also comprehended some things that she felt had benefited her greatly. War Dragon! Seeing that the black wind and green light could not block Ling Xiao's sword light, Xiao Budian roared, and a battle dragon behind him broke through the air, merging into the black wind and green light, causing the power of the attack to greatly increase. Facing this battle dragon's roar, Ling Xiao remained unmoved. With a cold smile, the divine radiant sword in his hand suddenly changed color and turned into a blood-red sword. The Crimson Blood Sword was a divine sword of light that had been fused with the power of the Crimson Blood Sword. Not only did it possess the effects of the Divine Radiance Sword, it also possessed the effects of the Scarlet Blood Sword's ability to absorb blood qi. Not only did its power not decrease, it also increased the threat it posed. The War Dragon actually roared in pain, as if its blood was being continuously absorbed into the blood-red longsword. This scene caused countless people to cry out in surprise. Shatter! The Scarlet Blood Sword stabbed out a few times, and terrifying sword qi continuously shot out. The Battle Dragon, Black Wind, and Azure Light were all torn apart and finally collapsed. No! This is impossible! Xiao Budian couldn't believe the reality in front of him. He roared and his body split open again. His ugly original form was finally revealed. Sir God Qianzu, merge! The huge thousand-legged worm merged with his original body. His original body became the core of the thousand-legged worm, and he waved his thousand-legged worm legs to attack Ling Xiao again. Black Wind, Meteorite, Azure Light, War Dragon. At that moment, the four great inheritances merged with Sir God Qianzu completely. The five great inheritances exploded with shocking power and attacked Ling Xiao. Third move of Crimson Sun Sword Technique, Crimson Sun Whirlpool. Crimson Sun Whirlpool was performed with the Scarlet Blood Sword, and a crimson whirlpool appeared in the space around Ling Xiao. As the whirlpool spun, the thousand-legged worm couldn't control its own power, and it was continuously pulled in by the terrifying whirlpool. Not only that, but within the whirlpool, there was a sharp sword qi that attacked continuously. The 100 Insects Demon King let out a scream of terror. Ling Xiao was able to kill a martial artist at level 18 Yin Yang Realm when he was at level 15 Yin Yang Realm. Now that he exploded with the cultivation of the peak of level 16 Yin Yang Realm, the Crimson Sun Sword technique in his hand naturally became more powerful. On top of that, he continued to use it, and his sword skill became more skillful. The current power was naturally more ferocious than before. 100 Insect Nest. After abandoning the thousand-legged worm, the 100 Insects Demon King's original body retreated, and he finally used his final trump card. A gigantic hive appeared behind him. Ferocious demonic insects crawled out of the insect nest. These insects were obviously tainted by demonic qi, and they became extremely ferocious. The insects covered the sky and rolled towards Ling Xiao, and they swore to bite Ling Xiao into pieces. Didn't you say that you don't want to destroy my body? Is it because you don't have the strength to do it? Ling Xiao sneered and mocked as he faced the demonic insects that covered the sky. You deserve to die. Xiao Budian did not explain, and he released the terrifying insects in a frenzy. These insects could not only kill, but they could also protect him. It was a perfect move. It could be used to attack or defend. He had used this move countless times to wear down enemies who were more powerful than him. Now, he did not think that Ling Xiao was more powerful than him, but he had to use this move if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. How should Ling Xiao deal with this? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Facing Xiao Budian's almost invincible move, it was not an easy task for Ling Xiao to deal with it as he pleased. Ling Xiao quickly gave them the answer. Crimson Sun Sword, Rising Sun Change! The Crimson Sun Sword in his hand instantly turned into a Crimson Sun Sword. It was even more powerful, and its lethality skyrocketed. Together with the Rising Sun Change of the Crimson Sun 9 Change, the entire arena was bathed in blood-red sunlight. Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes. He controlled the world and everything around him. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed the air. Every streak of sword chi would kill one or several demonic insects. When the demonic insects died, a bloody aura flew out and merged into the Crimson Sun Sword. It made the Crimson Sun Sword even more powerful. What a terrifying move! What a strange battle tactic! What a cold sword intent! Everyone stretched their necks and swallowed their saliva. However, they were not willing to blink, as if they were afraid of missing the most exciting details. At this time, the blood-red sunlight had completely turned into Crimson Sun Sword chi. Ling Xiao stood on the arena, and he was like the Crimson Sword General of the past, killing in all directions. Not only did the sword light kill the demonic insects, but it also kept approaching Xiao Budian. Moreover, the more demonic insects died, the more powerful the sword light became. It was almost an irreversible situation. Everyone could see that Xiao Budian was about to be defeated. Xiao Budian had used his martial soul and all of his strength. Chapter 1968. No one could guess. Ling Xiao was clearly thrown into the heavenly prison. Just what did he rely on to raise his strength to such a powerful level? Very clearly, this Crimson Sun Sword art was obtained after Ling Xiao participated in the White Tiger meet. It was absolutely not something he knew before. Just what did this guy do in these 10 days? How did he become so powerful? The martial artists who originally still had some contempt for Ling Xiao all put away these thoughts now. This person was too terrifying. He was simply unfathomable, completely unable to see through. Still not defeated? Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, Then I'll add fuel to the fire. Crimson Sun 9 Transformations Ardent Sun Transformation. The Ardent Sun Transformation that was even stronger than the Rising Sun Transformation made the Blood Sun Sword's power stronger again. Those sword lights also seemed to have become much thicker in an instant. Each streak could kill several demonic bugs. Seeing the demonic bugs being killed one by one, Xiao Budian was burning with anxiety. Is this really the sword art comprehended from the Crimson Sword General's inheritance? How can it crush Xiao Budian's 5 inheritances so easily? This is completely illogical. Everyone was truly completely stunned. The same level of inheritance actually became so terrifying in Ling Xiao's hands. Looking at Xiao Budian on the opposite side, he already used his final trump card. Terrifying yin and yang essence energy continuously gushed out from his body. Very clearly, he had no backup plan. He could only continuously release his yin and yang essence energy. Although he clearly knew that he might still lose like this, he could only do so. Apart from this, he had no other choice. 5 poisons bug kings, destroy him! Xiao Budian roared, and from the bug nest, 5 gigantic bug kings crawled out. The instant these 5 bug kings came out, Xiao Budian's entire person seemed to have instantly shrunk. That main body seemed to have consumed too much energy. It actually could not fly anymore, and could only land on the stage. He had gambled everything on this final move. It's useless. Everything you're doing now is just a futile effort. You clearly know that I still have power that I haven't released. Crimson Sun 9 Transformations Ardent Sun Transformation. Rumble. The moment the 5 poison bug kings came out, one of them was pierced through by Ling Xiao's sword chi, dying at the exit of the nest. It's not over yet. Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations, True Young Transformation. An even more terrifying power was released, and another bug king was killed. I acknowledge your strength as the 100 Insects Demon King. No matter what despicable methods you used, I truly admire you for being able to raise your strength to such a level in such a short time. But today, I can't let you live. No matter what you do, you'll die in the end. Pure Yang change of the 9 transformations of the Scarlet Sun. Ling Zhao's sword intent became stronger once again, and the sword chi became even more ferocious. Another 5 poison bug king was blasted into pieces. The only ones left were the Insect King Centipede and the Insect King Scorpion. It's over. Xiao Budian is completely done for this time. Ling Zhao's sword technique is too strong. The power of this sword is even greater than the previous one. Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? It's simply inconceivable. Everyone stared at the bloody sun sword in Ling Zhao's hand. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, as if there was no upper limit. This was what shocked them the most. This move, which could be considered a sure kill move for others, was actually just an ordinary move in Ling Zhao's hand. Was there any justice in this? The last sword. Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, Heavenly Yang transformation. You and your bugs, go to hell. The bloody sun sword in Ling Zhao's hand suddenly surged with a huge red sword light that was 4 to 5 meters in diameter. The sword light wrapped around the blood sun sword, making it look like a huge sword. Ling Xiao brandished this huge bloody sun sword and directly slashed at Xiao Budian. At the same time, he also slashed at the remaining 2 bug kings. It's too terrifying. This power is actually so terrifying. Many warriors felt their hearts tremble. They clearly did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to raise the Scarlet Sword General's sword technique to such a terrifying level. They probably did not know that this was only a lesser success sword technique. If they knew this, they probably would not dare to underestimate the 6 great inheritances of Black Wind Canyon. Ah! The terrifying sword intent suppressed the 100 Bugs Demon King to the point that it could not breathe. The Bug King Centipede turned into a pool of blood on the spot and integrated into the bloody sun's sword. The Bug King Scorpion was shattered into pieces on the spot, and the Blood Evil Chi was completely absorbed by the bloody sun's sword. Only Xiao Budian was left lying there pitifully. His body was almost unable to move, and he could only let out hysterical cries. He probably did not expect that he would be suppressed to such an extent. This was simply unimaginable. But it was right in front of his eyes. Xiao Budian admit defeat. Just as Xiao Budian was about to be killed by Ling Xiao, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. A figure slowly descended. A voice like spring thunder came out of his mouth. Although this voice was directed at Xiao Budian, it was obviously directed at Ling Xiao. The terrifying voice produced a substantial attack that directly attacked Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Zhao's figure retreated a few steps, almost falling off the arena. The bloody sun sword in his hand also completely collapsed. Die. Suddenly finding the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, Xiao Budian did not admit defeat, but fiercely pounced forward. Ling Xiao no longer had a sword in his hand. Moreover, his blood chi was surging, and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. With Xiao Budian's ferocity, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? You're courting death. Without a sword, Ling Xiao could still kill Xiao Budian. Especially now that Xiao Budian was almost out of oil. So what if he was injured? It was not a serious injury anyway. In just a moment, the stage became quiet. Ling Zhao's right hand turned into a huge demonic claw, grabbing Xiao Budian in his hand. Blue blood was constantly dripping. It could only be Xiao Budian, or the 100 Bugs Demon King's blood. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artist in the sky. He was very unhappy. This person should be a martial artist from the heavenly demon cult. If she had not suddenly attacked, Xiao Budian would already be a corpse. Or it could be said that he would have been completely absorbed by him. This guy was very strong, but also very despicable. Compared to Xianming, he was not to be outdone. Jiu Tianming indifferently looked at that person, and a trace of killing intent appeared on her face. Not long ago, she said that she would protect Ling Xiao from death, and Ling Xiao was ambushed by this person. He clearly did not put her in his eyes. Who are you? Ling Xiao coldly asked. In any case, Xiao Budian was in his hand, and he could kill this trash at any time. However, before that, he had to figure out this person's identity. The little beggar from back then has actually grown to this level. However, no matter how strong you are, the sin of being ungrateful and killing the Ling family will never be forgotten. Chapter 1969. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. This woman actually mentioned what happened when he was in Tianfeng City's Ling family. At that time, he had indeed killed people from the Ling family, but that was because some of them chose to betray him. He never felt that he was in the wrong. Today, this matter was actually mentioned again. Could it be that the small Ling family had some influence outside? Do I, Ling Xiao, need to be criticized by a despicable and shameless person like you? Ling Xiao said coldly. The other party was very strong, but she was clearly an enemy. If he offended her, so be it. At this time, even if he acted like a grandson, the other party wouldn't have a good impression of him. He might as well act like a man. I will slowly settle the score with you for the past. But now, Xiao Budian has already admitted defeat, so you can let him go. This is a matter of the rules. You have also argued for it before, am I right? The woman said with a smile. He admitted defeat? Did any of you hear him admit defeat? Ling Xiao looked around and asked coldly. Judge, are you going to sit by and do nothing when an outsider interferes with the battle of the White Tiger meat? He directly threw the burden to Xianming. No matter what, the White Tiger meat was jointly created by the Black Tortoise Divine Palace and the 5 Great Forces. Now that an outsider had come to cause trouble, if Xianming didn't say anything, he would have no face to continue staying in the White Tiger continent. Perhaps even the Deep Earth sect would doubt his qualifications to be the sect master of the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. He only asked Xiao Budian to surrender. It's not considered interference. Xianming frowned. At this time, this bastard still wanted to protect the person who attacked Ling Xiao. Sect Master Xianming, this poor Taoist can't listen anymore. Although this Ling Xiao is very arrogant, his words are very reasonable. The sect master of the Jingyi school, who hadn't shown himself until now, finally showed himself. He just walked slowly through the air towards them, and he said as he walked, He's probably a rebirth realm expert, and he isn't any weaker to us. That voice from before was clearly mixed with a soul attack. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Zhao's soul force was strong enough, he would have been killed. This penniless Taoist doesn't like this kid either, but I don't want the White Tiger meat to become a child's play. If anyone can casually interfere, would it still be considered a grand meat? The sect master of the Jingyi school made it very clear. That woman was already a rebirth realm expert. Moreover, she was at the same level as the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect. Even a single roar from her was not something a yin-yang realm martial artist like Ling Xiao could withstand. That definitely wasn't just talking, it was directly interfering with the White Tiger meat. Taoist Mei! Xianming's face was uncertain. Among the 5 great powers, Taoist Mei's strength was the one he couldn't see through the most. He didn't expect that this person would actually stand out and speak up for Ling Xiao. Didn't Ling Xiao kill the 100-eyed demon monarch Wulong? Logically speaking, Taoist Mei should hate Ling Xiao very much. In fact, he was just blinded by hatred. Taoist Mei wasn't helping Ling Xiao, but the Order of the White Tiger meat. If an outsider casually interfered with the top 5 great powers and the Black Tortoise Temple, where would their face go? If he had thought this through, Xianming wouldn't think so. Many thanks for upholding justice, Taoist Mei. I believe that the 5 great powers of the White Tiger continent won't disappoint like the Black Tortoise Temple. Ling Xiao smiled at Taoist Mei, then casually swiped down with his terrifying demonic claws. At this point, how could he possibly let the 100 insects demon monarch live? Could it be that he didn't think there was enough trouble? If he could solve the problem today, he definitely wouldn't leave it until tomorrow. Kid, take a step back and you'll have a better view. You're so vicious, aren't you afraid that others will also be ruthless to your friends? That woman was clearly a little anxious, because she could also see that Taoist Mei was powerful. In addition, Jiu Tianming also seemed to be dissatisfied with her. With her strength alone, she really couldn't contend against the two of them. Afraid? Your words are really laughable. Could it be that if I don't kill him, he'll show mercy to my friends? In any case, you're also a senior expert. Do you actually need me to teach you this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mock. Just now, when the little guy tried to kill Sun Lingchan, if he hadn't acted in time, Sun Lingchan would have already died. And at that time, Sun Lingchan had already shouted the two words, "Admit defeat." This time, the little guy still didn't admit defeat. He even took advantage of the time when he was attacked by that woman to launch a sneak attack. If he still wanted to keep this alive, he, Ling Xiao, would really become a saint. This Ling Xiao, is he really going to kill the little guy? I can tell that this little guy's background isn't bad either. Ling Xiao already offended so many people, and he still wants to offend such a powerful enemy. I really don't understand what he's trying to do. Are you stupid? Either way, he already offended so many powerhouses. It doesn't matter if he offends one more. Moreover, even if he doesn't kill those people still want to kill him. What choice does he have? That's right. I want to see how Ling Xiao can still live well under the covetous eyes of so many powerhouses. People discussed animatedly. Some said that Ling Xiao was courting death and shouldn't have offended so many people. Some thought that Ling Xiao had no choice and could only do this. Otherwise, he would have long been killed by others. But no matter what viewpoint, they all had a common thought anyway, and that was that Ling Xiao was in danger. Once the White Tiger Storm gathering ended, it might be Ling Xiao's doomsday. Do you know who I am? That woman saw that her strength actually couldn't intimidate Ling Xiao and finally wanted to bring out her background. Who are you? Ling Xiao looked at the woman indifferently. He was really interested in the answer to this question. Do you still remember Ling Feng and Ling Yun of the Ling family? The woman asked. Of course I do. Those two bullied me because I was born a beggar and pressured me everywhere. In the end, they even colluded with the ninjas to betray the Ling family. So, my friends and I killed them. Two things worse than pigs and dogs. So what if I killed them? Could it be that you're a relative of those two animals? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You still dare to be so arrogant? The Ling family took you in back then, and you're already greatly indebted to them. Not only are you not grateful, you even killed the young master of the main family. Now you're still slandering them. Who's more shameless? Who's worse than pigs and dogs? The woman asked. What a joke. I joined the Ling family because of my ability. If it weren't for me, the Ling family would have been destroyed long ago. I don't know which trash you heard this from, but now in the Sky Dragon continent, the Ling family is already the #1 family, the strongest family. The head of the Ling family, Ling Wuhan, is my best friend. You, an outsider, dare to slander me like this after hearing a few words of slander? Chapter 1970. You have a sharp tongue, but your excuses are useless. Even if they treated you like livestock, you should be grateful instead of killing them. If you kill them, do you know the identity of their mother? The woman asked again. What identity? Ling Xiao remembered clearly that Ling Feng and Ling Yun's mother had never appeared during the time he was in the Ling family. To tell you the truth, their mother passed by Tianfeng's city and gave birth to 2 boys and a girl by accident. The 2 boys stayed in the Ling family while the girl was taken away and raised in the Linglong Palace. Their mother is the saintess of the Linglong Palace. The woman finally revealed her origin. You're not from the heavenly demon sect? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had never heard of the Linglong Palace, and thought that the woman was from the heavenly demon sect. Heavenly demon sect? I've never heard of it, but you'll understand if you ask Xianming what the Linglong Palace represents in the Black Tortoise continent. The woman looked at Xianming and said. Xianming's expression was ugly. If the Black Tortoise Temple was a branch of the Deep Earth sect, then the Deep Earth sect could only be considered a vassal of the Linglong Palace. The Linglong Palace had hundreds of sects like the Deep Earth sect in the Black Tortoise continent. It was said that the Linglong Palace was full of women. Moreover, these women were extremely powerful. Ordinary disciples of the Linglong Palace were called the Linglong Unveil. Greetings to the Linglong Unveil. Please forgive me for not knowing that the Linglong Unveil was here. Xian Ming actually bowed and apologized to the woman in front of so many people. Forget it. Hurry up and ask Ling Xiao to release Xiao Badian. This person has a special meaning to the Linglong Palace. The Linglong Unveil said. Ling Xiao, release him! Xian Ming shouted sternly. If he admits defeat, I'll release him. Ling Xiao sneered. Otherwise, what you say doesn't count. What that so-called Linglong envoy says doesn't count either. No matter how powerful the Linglong Palace was, they couldn't invade the White Tiger continent on a large scale due to the restrictions of the laws. If they only sent the Linglong envoy over, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. What was he afraid of? Back when he was in the Divine Phoenix continent, he had also faced the threat of many experts from the White Tiger continent, but he had still managed to survive. There was really nothing to fear. In any case, it was impossible for him to let Xiao Badian go today. Linglong Messenger was furious. Just as he was about to attack, a woman appeared in front of him. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. It was Jiu Tianming. She looked at Linglong Emissary and said, Your Linglong Palace can behave atrociously in the Black Tortoise continent, but in the White Tiger continent, it is the territory of my Nine Heaven Palace. If you want to die, you can do it directly. If Ling Xiao had broken the rules, I naturally wouldn't have protected him. But since you're the one breaking the rules, don't blame me for being impolite. No matter how many people from Linglong Palace come, I will kill them all. I am not a good-for-nothing like Xian Ming. No matter how many came, he would kill them all. It was really domineering. Was this the personality of the Nine Heavens Palace Lord? Compared to this woman, Xian Ming was too cowardly, which made people speechless. The crowd discussed animatedly. Obviously, they were disappointed in Xian Ming and the Black Tortoise Temple. I, Dewasime, will also say something fair here today. The White Tiger continent is not Linglong Palace's White Tiger continent. You are the overlords of the Black Tortoise continent, but don't forget that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Even if we are not as strong as you, we will not be slaughtered by you. The Jingyi school's leader was really a smart person. He was much better than Xian Ming. He knew how to use the current situation to promote himself. His words instantly raised his and the Jingyi school's image by a lot. Although the Tianhai Empire has a grudge against Ling Xiao, we will take revenge. We will not allow outsiders to interfere. The Tianhai king also stood up. It was obvious that he wanted to pick a side. The White Tiger Empire is willing to stand with the Nine Heavens Palace against a common enemy. The Tiger King also roared. That's right. The White Tiger Gathering needs justice. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. My Sky Wolf sect also supports the Nine Heavens Palace. The Sky Wolf sect's leader also stood up. The Silver Fox Empire also supports the Nine Heavens Palace. The Queen of Green Hill also said. Obviously, no one was willing to hand over their power so easily. The Black Tortoise Divine Temple was powerful, but they were too cowardly in front of the exquisite envoy. Following such a boss, how could they have a future? On the contrary, the Palace Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace, Jiu Tianming, displayed a rare domineering aura. Following such a person, the White Tiger continent would have a chance of defeating the Black Tortoise continent in the future. Internal strife was one thing, but when it came to outsiders, the forces of the White Tiger continent were still relatively united. Xian Ming's expression turned ugly. At this moment, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, none of this would have happened. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been looked down upon by so many people. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would still be the respected sect lord of the Black Tortoise Divine Temple. That damned brat! A dignified rebirth realm expert, the dignified exquisite envoy of the exquisite palace, was threatened. She was furious. But at this moment she had no other choice. Facing these people, a trace of panic even appeared on her originally calm face. She knew that she had failed today. A complete failure. Exquisite envoy, you can leave. Xianming sighed and said, After the White Tiger Tempest meet, I will personally go to the Black Tortoise continent to apologize. Clearly, he wanted to let Linglong Messenger go. Of course, Jiu Tianmeng had no intention of attacking. Exquisite Envoy's cultivation was very strong. It wouldn't be easy to kill her. Moreover, once she was killed, she would become the enemy of the Exquisite Palace. It wouldn't be like now, where there was still room for mediation. Humph, I won't leave. I want to see what kind of justice your White Tiger Tempest meet will bring. Exquisite Envoy was also a prideful person. Although she was afraid, she still felt that she couldn't leave. If she left now, the Exquisite Palace's face would be thrown away. Even if she returned in the future, she would be punished. Ling Xiao didn't care if she left or not. Instead, he looked at Xiao Budian in his hand and said coldly, Back at the Sacred Dynasty's Deity Island, since you were lucky enough to escape, you should have concealed your identity and become the 100 Insects Demon King instead of killing me. When you were plotting against me, did you think that today's situation would happen? When you ambushed me, did you think that today's tragedy would happen? Xiao Budian's face was malevolent, but he couldn't say anything. Because he was controlled by Ling Xiao wouldn't let him surrender. Once he surrendered, he couldn't kill him. After all, Ling Xiao was a person who abided by the rules. The 100 Insects Demon King was vexed. He really didn't expect this. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that the weak ant from back then would grow so fast. Chapter 1971. Countless people were watching the scene of Ling Xiao crushing Xiao Budian. Their fear of Ling Xiao had clearly become even stronger. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to raise his cultivation to the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm and crush Xiao Budian so easily. If there was anyone who didn't care, it would be 4 people: Feng Fei, Tiahai Tyranny, Lei Lai, and Mu Wenshuang. The rest of the participants looked at Ling Xiao, their expressions turning grave. This guy must still be hiding his strength. Wine Demon Sword sighed. The Liquor Demon Sword sighed. Old Hong, it seems that you and I still can't see through this child. Hong Qi smiled wryly. That's right. It's too shocking. No wonder he's the descendant of those two. Many people in the crowd were even more surprised than them. Until now, there was not even a drop of sweat on Ling Xiao's forehead. What did that mean? It meant that he could handle Xiao Budian with ease and didn't use up much stamina or internal energy. That's impossible. How did this guy become so strong? Have I been wrong all this time? The 100 Insects Demon King had confidently challenged Ling Xiao to a duel because he saw that Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough yet. But now he was in complete chaos. Terrified, he couldn't even open his mouth to admit defeat. Just what did this guy get from the Black Tortoise Temple? Could it be that the old bastard actually passed on all his skills to this guy? Xianming looked at Ling Xiao, his heart filled with shock. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. But how could a yin-yang realm cultivator tolerate the internal energy of a rebirth realm cultivator? That wasn't realistic. Crazy. Too crazy. He couldn't figure it out at all. Originally, Xianming thought that everything was under his control. But now, it seemed that everything was out of his control. This made him very nervous and angry. Ling Zhao's hand continued to exert strength until Xiao Budian's body was compressed into a ball. You should understand now, right? In front of me, you're the true ant. The reason why I fought with you for so long wasn't because I couldn't kill you, but because I wanted to use you to practice my fist technique. It's a pity that you're still too weak as a sparring partner. You can't make me use the new things I've learned. Sparring partner? That guy actually said that he was only using the little guy as a sparring partner. The level of this sparring partner was too high. This was someone ranked in the top 6 of the 13 top geniuses. Lastly, let me tell you something. I won't kill you. I will only extract your soul and use it to cultivate my nine-devil divine art. You wanted my body, so now that your soul is being used by me, I wonder what you think about it." When he said this, Ling Xiao saw the 100 Insects Demon King's ugly face reveal a look of fear and anger. That's right. Death filled with anger and fear should be the fate of this fellow. Crack! Finally, a clear and crisp sound rang out from the arena. Within the demonic claws, the little guy's body was completely crushed and burned by the flames. Not even the remains of his corpse were left behind. Only Ling Xiao knew that this fellow's soul had been imprisoned in the mountain river world. Soon, it would be trained into a part of the nine demons' divine art. If I really wanted to kill you, one punch would be enough. After killing the little guy, Ling Xiao indifferently said this sentence. His voice was not loud, but it shocked the entire audience. If he had said this before, others would have thought that he was an ignorant and arrogant person who only knew how to boast. However, now that he said it, no one doubted the truth of his words. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao completely suppressed the little guy and finally crushed him to death. Thinking about it carefully, this process was really simple. It was as if he was bullying an enemy who was not on the same level as him. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in fear. What a terrifying fellow! What a mysterious brat! He really made people unable to figure him out. How many more surprises could this fellow bring to everyone? When Linglong Messenger saw this scene, her eyes were filled with anger and cold killing intent. Ling Xiao actually did not give her any face, did not give Linglong Palace any face. In a situation where she did not leave, he actually cruelly killed the little guy in front of her. Not even the corpse was left behind. Not to mention the corpse, even the clothes were completely burned. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Linglong Messenger. You better not hold a grudge against me because of a trash like this. Otherwise, Linglong Palace will never have a peaceful day. After he finished speaking, he slowly returned to his seat and closed his eyes. He began to review the previous scenes of the battle. This sparring partner of the little guy was actually quite qualified. At the very least, it was of great help to his Red Sun sword art. He felt that his moves seemed to have improved again. Bastard, do you really think that you can challenge the entire Linglong Palace? Unless you hide in the White Tiger Continent for the rest of your life, you will be killed the moment you step into the Black Tortoise Continent. Linglong Messenger was really furious. Not only was Ling Xiao not intimidated by her threats, he was threatening her instead. I definitely have to go to the Black Tortoise Continent. After all, that's the only way to reach Heaven's Chosen. If Linglong Palace insists on going their own way, then just wait. Ling Xiao did not open his eyes, but said a few words casually. Then he ignored Linglong Messenger. Silence fell upon the scene. Everyone stared blankly at Ling Xiao. In the past, they thought that this Ling Xiao was just a frivolous youth. His strength could not match his arrogance and domineering aura. But now, most people's thoughts had changed. Ling Xiao had killed the little guy so easily. Adding in the previous battles, it shouldn't be too much for him to be ranked in the top 5, right? The top 4 should be between Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, and Mu Wenshuang. With Ling Zhao's strength, he definitely has the qualifications to fight for 5th place. That's right. To be able to kill the 6th-ranked Xiao Budian, even if he's not 5th, he should be 6th. We've really underestimated this martial artist from the Tianlong continent. His strength doesn't lose out to those top geniuses. In the eyes of the crowd, as long as Ling Xiao could defeat the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman and Drunken Linglong, then there was no doubt that he'd be ranked in the top 5. This guy is really an accident. I thought he was just a piece of trash who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I never expected him to be even stronger on the outside. Perhaps even Ling Zhao's friends didn't expect Ling Xiao to fight for the top 5. They had originally thought that it would be enough if they could help Ling Xiao enter the top 10. But accidents weren't all bad things. For the spectators who didn't care, the more unexpected a dark horse appeared, the happier they were. Chapter 1972. With Xiao Budian's death, the number of people increased from 18 to 17. However, for the sake of fairness, the martial artists who were ranked in front of Xiao Budian were given an additional 3 points. Everyone could understand that logic. Those who were ranked in front of Xiao Budian had a chance of defeating him. Now that Xiao Budian was killed by Ling Xiao, they had no opponent. Naturally, it was unfair, so it was normal for them to get an additional 3 points. "I'm not convinced," Qingqiu said. Although she was ranked behind Xiao Budian, she believed that she could defeat Xiao Budian. "If you want an additional 3 points, it's simple. You just have to defeat any martial artist who is ranked in front of Xiao Budian. That way, you'll get an additional 3 points and that person will lose 3 points," Lawless said. Such an arrangement was very reasonable and no one objected. In the following battles, the top 8 were all victorious, and Qingqiu got a bye. Getting a bye in the ranking battle was considered a victory. After all, it was considered a victory if others didn't choose you. However, Qingqiu wasn't too happy about that. She wanted to defeat the top 8 martial artists. No matter who it was, as long as she defeated them, she would get an additional 3 points. Now that there were no battles to be fought, she was naturally annoyed. There were no surprises in the 5th round. The top 8 were all victorious, and Qingqiu got a bye again. The 6th round was almost the same as the 5th round. It was just that the opponent was changed. In the 7th round, the situation finally started to change because the martial artists who could be chosen to give away their points had all been chosen. In this round, Ling Xiao chose the Heavenly Wolf Young Master. He was probably the weakest among the 13 top geniuses. With just one punch, Ling Xiao proved his strength. He had no enmity with the Heavenly Wolf Young Master, so he didn't tangle with him too much. He knocked him out of the ring and declared his victory. Longqun was in trouble in this round. He could only choose Qingqiu or the top 8 martial artists. Although he tried very hard, he still lost to Qingqiu because of the huge difference in cultivation. However, Longqun didn't work for nothing. Like Sun Lingqian, he also injured Qingqiu before admitting defeat. Qingqiu actually wanted to kill him, but it was useless. Long Chen's defense was too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that the difference in cultivation was too great, he might really be able to grind the Green Hill Leaf Fire to death. At the end of this round, there were only 7 people left with a perfect record. Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai weren't surprised. Zhe Linglong was also one of the 13 top geniuses, so it was not surprising that she was also one of them. The most surprising ones were the 3 dark horses, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Mu Wenshuang. From the very beginning, he had been unlucky all the way to the 7th round. In the 8th round, Ling Xiao finally faced Qingqiu. Everyone knew very well that if Ling Xiao could defeat Qingqiu in this battle, then he would definitely be ranked in the top 6. Now that he thought about it carefully, when he had just arrived at the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground, the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger Empire were extremely dazzling. In the end, a few of them were killed by Ling Xiao and 2 were killed by Mu Wenshuang. Now, only a few of them were left in the Challenger ranking tournament. There were only 7 people left. Amongst these 7 people, the Heavenly Wolf Young Master and the Silver Wolf Princess had no chance of competing for the top 6 positions. The 3 dark horses were challenging the original hegemony. This was a pretty good show. Now that Ling Xiao was up against Qingqiu, if he could win, then he could not only take revenge for losing his chance to enter the competition, but also secure a spot in the top 6. Thus, he had to win this battle. Qingqiu was no exception. She had stolen Ling Xiao's chance to enter the competition, so she feared losing to Ling Xiao. Then she'd be worse than trash. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But I'll definitely show you what it means to be defeated and humiliated." Ling Xiao stood on the stage and crooked his finger at Qingqiu as he spoke coldly. He wanted to beat this woman until she couldn't fight anymore. Then she'd become a point-giving machine from head to toe. For a genius like him, this was hard to accept. But the harder it was to accept, the more Ling Xiao wanted to do it. He couldn't let his opponent have an easy time. Qingqiu slowly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao cautiously. Even though she was very confident, Ling Xiao already displayed a rather terrifying strength in that battle when he defeated Xiao Badian. She had to be more cautious. Because once she lost, even if she didn't die, she probably wouldn't have the chance to fight again. It was impossible for Ling Xiao, this guy, to give her a chance. She absolutely couldn't underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a loss in exchange, but an even heavier blow. She finally jumped onto the stage. The Qingqiu silver fox bloodline instantly erupted. Behind her, 9 long tails dragged behind her. There was even a terrifying heavenly fox demonic fire burning behind her. She did not have a martial soul, but she had the silver fox bloodline and heavenly fox demonic fire. This was enough. Moreover, she even possessed a pair of eyes of enchantment that could charm all men in the world. She did not believe that a man like Ling Xiao could resist her. Draw your sword. I want to see just how powerful your sword art, Ling Xiao, is. Qingqiu stared at Ling Xiao. She did not even dare to blink. That was because she had already stepped onto the stage. Perhaps she would lose her life in the blink of an eye. Sword art? There's no need for that. Aren't you good at fire attacks? The moves that you're best at are all fire-based. In that case, I'll defeat you with fire. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat his opponent with the fighting style that his opponent was most proud of. He wanted to give Qingqiu the greatest blow. Hee, you're simply courting death. Qingqiu sneered. If you use a sword, you might have a chance to defeat me. Using fire? You won't stand a chance. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. However, don't you think it's foolish to give up on what you're good at and use an attack that you're not good at? Unfortunately, sword art has always been my favorite attacking style. However, it's not my strongest attacking style. Ling Xiao smiled. The shadow of the immemorial golden crow appeared behind him. A blazing light was released from his body. Terrifying flames surged up. It's actually the true Samadhi fire. Qingqiu's face instantly turned ugly. The true Samadhi fire was a divine fire, while her celestial fox demon fire was merely an immortal fire. Naturally, the immortal fire had no chance of winning against the divine fire. Fortunately, she still had the silver fox bloodline. Together with the celestial fox demon fire, it was enough to let the demon fire unleash the power of the divine fire. Otherwise, it would be really ugly today. This guy. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Powerful defense, terrifying swordsmanship, and now such a terrifying flame. Was there anything this guy didn't know? If they knew that those were not all that Ling Xiao had, they would probably be even more surprised. Very well, flame against flame. It's very fair. Let me see if your true Samadhi fire is real. Chapter 1973. The flames rose and the entire arena became extremely hot. Suddenly, the demon fox opened her mouth and a blood-red fireball flew towards Ling Xiao at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Huff! The air was instantly filled with an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. Good timing! Ling Xiao smiled coldly and released the red sun all. However, this red sun all was surrounded by the terrifying true Samadhi fire. Boom! The red sun all and the fireball collided in the void of the arena, and a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire Thunder City. This attack was actually evenly matched. Seems like it should be the real true Samadhi fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be evenly matched with the Silver Fox bloodline and the Sky Fox demon fire. This Ling Xiao is really surprising. Many people even stood up excitedly because this battle was really exciting. It was so exciting that they did not even want to blink. Seeing that her attack had failed, Green Hilly Fire was already prepared for the second move. Above her head, a strange ring appeared. As the ring spat out, countless flames turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Ling Xiao. They were densely packed and destroyed everything in their path. True Samadhi fire, Fire dragon burning the sky! Ling Xiao retreated and then moved forward again. Both of his hands pushed out, and a terrifying fire dragon formed by the true Samadhi fire roared and charged towards the countless flame arrows. Devour! 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 The terrifying fire dragon devoured all the flame arrows. In the end, both of them perished in the sky. It seemed to be a draw again. However, those with eyes could see that Ling Xiao was clearly playing with Green Hill Leaf Fire. His attack seemed to be as strong as Green Hill Leaf Fire's attack. Kill! Seeing that her attack was fruitless, Green Hill Leaf Fire became extremely furious. Her roar that had almost changed its tone was completely devoid of the demure demeanor of a lady. It was more like a ferocious beast. At that moment, the flames burned the sky and the sky fox demon fire was released from the 9 tails of the 9-tailed demon fox, covering the entire arena. The flames rolled and turned into fire foxes, pouncing towards Ling Xiao one by one. This was the world of demonic flames, the world of raging flames. He believed that anyone who was touched by this demonic fire would be instantly turned into ashes. Demonic Flame Domain! Domain was the specialty of Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Many martial artists would abandon it after reaching the Yin-Yang realm. However, some people inherited it and made the power of their domains stronger and stronger. The Green Hill Leaf Fire's demonic flame domain was just like that. The terrifying flames did not only burn, they also contained the Green Hill Leaf Fire's powerful battle intent. In Ling Zhao's eyes, it was as if countless flaming foxes had surrounded him, and there was no end to them. The combination of the domain and the battle intent was truly a frightening existence. Although everyone had battle intent, there were very few people who could truly convert it into battle strength. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was purely related to one's perception and soul force. And obviously, the Green Hill Leaf Fire had done it. Those fire foxes represented the battle intent of the Green Hill Leaf Fire, the will of the heavenly fox demonic flame. In terms of flames, I, Ling Xiao, will not lose to you. Burning heaven! The Tai Chi eye rotated, and a huge eye appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Then, the true Samadhi fire filled the entire arena, turning into a terrifying fire dragon. The terrifying fire dragon roared and charged towards the fire foxes, wanting to fight for the king of the flames. This was the secret technique of soul adjudication, which was infused with Ling Zhao's destructive battle intent. The battle intent exploded, and the true Samadhi fire wanted to destroy and annihilate everything. Coupled with the power of the divine fire, it was truly terrifying. This guy's soul force is so powerful. Coupled with the divine fire, it's simply enviable. Why did he still cultivate sword techniques? I can't understand. The Green Hill Leaf Fire watched all this with jealousy. It was unknown whether it was jealousy of Ling Zhao's omnipotence, or the fact that Ling Xiao had so many treasures. The divine fire versus the demonic flame. The fire dragon versus the fire foxes. The ultimate collision between the two fighting intents set off wave after wave of flame-frenzied tides on the arena. A moment later, the demonic flame domain was completely shattered, and the battle intent was repelled. If that's all you've got, then this battle should be over. What a waste, the Black Tortoise Temple actually gave the first trial ground to you. What a joke! After saying that, Ling Zhao's figure flickered. His fists were wrapped in the true Samadhi fire, and he charged towards the Green Hill Leaf Fire. If the other party didn't have any other abilities, then this battle would end here. Previously, he had defeated the Green Hill Leaf Fire's attacks step by step. Now, he was going to start his plan of torturing the other party, to make the Green Hill Leaf Fire lose all of its fighting strength. The Green Hill Leaf Fire roared towards the sky, and at the same time, her figure accelerated. She didn't dare to go against Ling Zhao's true Samadhi fire because she could feel that the flame was too terrifying. It wasn't something that her demonic fox fire could compare to. Can you dodge it? Godly light travel. In an instant, Ling Xiao appeared beside the 9-tailed demonic fox, and his terrifying fists punched out. Even though the Green Hill Leaf Fire put up a defense at the first moment, it was useless. The huge body of the demonic fox was sent flying. The demonic fox let out a miserable shriek, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt fur. Defeated, the green hilly fire is probably going to fall out of the ring. When everyone saw this scene, they had the same thought. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the path of the nine-tailed demonic fox, and suddenly kicked out, bringing along the same terrifying flame. Boom! The body of the nine-tailed demonic fox was hit again. She, who was about to fall out of the ring, let out a miserable shriek and fell to the center of the ring. Want to end the battle so easily? How was that possible? Although Ling Xiao didn't intend to kill the green hilly fire, he wanted everyone to understand that there was a heavy price to pay for snatching his trial opportunity. Eye of Charm! The nine-tailed demonic fox, who fell out of the ring, instantly returned to the appearance of the green hilly fire, and two strange lights shot out from her eyes. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have turned pink. Many of the weaker cultivators near the martial stage, whose soul force wasn't strong enough, had their eyes turn into heart shapes in an instant. They even revealed lecherous smiles, as if they had been completely captivated by this bewitching gaze. At that moment, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, stopped attacking. His entire body's movements became stiff, and even the true samadhi fire seemed to be extinguished. Eye of Charm, bewitching and treacherous. It could charm everything, including the flame. Even the divine fire seemed to be unable to escape from its control. True samadhi fire, help me burn him to death! Green hilly fire fell to the ground, obviously suffering from heavy injuries. However, at that moment, a victorious smile appeared on her face. Once the true samadhi fire was charmed by the Eye of Charm, Ling Xiao would be completely defeated. Because Ling Xiao seemed to have been affected by the Eye of Charm. Although it wasn't to the extent of losing his rationality completely, it was just a little bit of loss. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.